road? I just saw there was a dirt road. There it is. I keep hitting shit thinking it means drive faster. Hey boy. How you doing, Bugaboo? You look familiar.
Looks like we owe you one. Save me again, kid.
Gun out of my face.
Cult's getting real fucking clever. These sons of bitches are
Get
making me
that gun out of my... You want a piece of this shit? Told you, get it out of my face.
Lord, I gotta Jesus, it hurts! Ah!
Yeah, getting punched in the nose hurts.
Didn't ya? You in? Good. These sons of bitches are making me regret the day I eased up on their conniving little schemes. I fucking knew this would happen. Doesn't make a difference now.
That was weird.
Alls I know is we got people to protect. I know how to get back at the cult, but if we're gonna do it right, we need the Death Wish.
What's
That's
the
my
Death
truck.
Wish?
Problem is, it's sitting in a garage that's been overrun by those fucks. You head over to US Auto and get it. I'll make sure the folks here are safe. I'll meet you there and we'll go on a rampage against those asswipes.
I like you. Nah, I do like him though. He's cool. Just needs to keep that gun out of my face. He won't get nose. Oh, let me think I got. Yeah, he won't get punched in the nose if he doesn't.
Oh, shit. Fuck. Help!
What happens if I do this? Man, you're like immortal. Alright. Enough messing around. And swoop. Crap! Alright, so I'm not sure if I'm launching the missiles or the bombs correctly. The missiles are easy, but I don't know if the bombs are working the same way. Killed it! Woo! Oh wait, what? We still lost?
Fall back. We have faced a
I thought me, you know,
setback.
sacrificing myself would be worth a damn. Alright, let me check on those star cards and stuff. Woo! I feel like I did a good job. I didn't fly awesomely, but whatever. Getting used to it sure was fun. Alright, let me see about those challenges. Hi puppy. Have I not loved you enough today? This is that guy's house. Let's see all this crap. My girlfriend is allergic to them. Has 4 cats instead. Usually people are allergic to cats are allergic to dogs too. And vice versa. So that's kind of weird.
Well, hello there.
Hi.
Another one of the poor and stupid of Diamond City come begging for table scraps?
You stuck up old bat. Wow, there are no words. I don't beg, you stuck up old bat. Well, I don't need some help. The poor and the stupid.
Oh, don't act like you don't know. There's 2 types of people in this town. The ones living in the stands and everyone beneath us. I know everyone in the stands, and that doesn't include you. Now, why don't you make yourself scarce?
Who are you?
Who are you, anyway?
Anne Codman, of the Codman family? Of the upper stands? If you haven't heard of us, that just shows how unimportant you are. Now, were you leaving or not?
You look like you're living in trash just like everyone else, dude. And miss basking in your delightful personality?
And miss basking in your delightful personality?
Do what you like, but I'm done talking to you.
What happens if you kill her? Don't you run! Whoa, where the heck did she go? Oh, there she is. Oh, hi. Are you Mr. Why do they have these weird mannequins and flamingos everywhere? Where'd you keep all your money? Let me resurrect you so I can ask you. It's so cute. Pew pew pew. Okay. Let's load before we start trying.
Mastered a trade, keeps the hunger at bay.
You just... Wow. You're strong. Especially doing basically 1 foot.
Witcher,
Yeah?
there are a lot of them beasties you've, you know.
Killed?
Master
Yeah.
Witcher, there's an
Anyone?
elven burial ground in the caverns nearabouts mid-copse, and a heap of monsters roaming about it.
Oh, okay. Why don't you do it, dude? You're like Kung Fu Master over here. What's the fire for? To keep you
There are a
warm?
lot of them beasties you've, you know.
Ah! Ah! Set the house on fire. He's a witch. He's a maniac, maniac on the dance
Master
floor.
Witcher, there's an elven burial ground in the caverns nearabouts mid-copse, and a heap of monsters roaming about it.
Okay, I kind of want to bump you.
Am I plowing invisible?
No,
There
but
are a
you're
lot of
pretty
beasties
freaking
you've,
powerful.
you know.
Jeez, dude. It's pretty sweet. Did you shoot her in the crotch? I'm so sorry, lady. That's like against the rules. In my personal. And smash. Don't shoot people in the crotch. The only rule. Why do these people keep jumping down here to fight me? It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Ooh, hardened sniper. Where'd the body go? Oh. Shouldn't even the body side of damage. Yeah, if I seem to miss at things like that, and by the way, I put in a thing for realistic ballistics. So at that range, I should have aimed towards like here instead of up here. Like aim for the neck to hit them in the neck or the chin, I should say. Oh. Oh. All I hear is purring kids. Huh. I've never seen this place before. That's friggin' cool.
Get your shit together. We head out in 10.
That place is a fucking ghetto.
Yeah, maybe the perfect place for some escaped prisoners to hide out.
If they went there, they're probably already dead.
Do you? The gas mask will not protect your face from bullets. It's exactly what you want not to hit your gas mask, or else what's the point of wearing it? It's ridiculous. These people. Ugh. I was like, I wonder if this is a cinematic or am I actually doing this? Yep, actually doing it. Woo! Hillbilly hunting, baby. I think I got me one. I got me one, Daddy. Yeah. Alright, let's get out of here. Kia!
Take cover!
Hiya!
How's everyone doing? I hope you're all doing well. It's that time, it's round 2. Electric Boogaloo. Gonna do some more hot Ogren on Heretics action, which is where it's at. I completely forgot to launch the game, and I transitioned over to gaming out of, like, mental... Yeah, here's what I do next. Haha. Yeah, my brain's fun like that. It just kind of went on autopilot. There you go. Game's launching now. Alright, remember, people can join if they want, as long as they're cool. Don't want a repeat of Borderlands. Had to pull on ban somebody because they were pushy and wanted to play their way, even though it's like, I'm doing a speed run here and I invited you to come play with me. We all know those sort of people. I don't remember if we saw this.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy.
Yeah, we did.
There is only war.
Let's play it again, though.
Every human soul, from the most highborn lord to the most basic servitor, is dedicated to the service of the God Emperor of mankind. The Imperium's battle fleets and armies, from the conscripted soldiers of the Astra Militarum to the elite space marines of the Adeptus Astartes, Keep humanity safe from alien threats and cosmic horrors beyond imagining. But there is another war. It is the one in which I serve.
Here's me again. So everyone else having a bad time, they got over and just sitting there like, eh. What's everyone screaming about?
Our war is not one of battlefields and
It
fleet
ain't that
engagements.
bad.
It is waged by the dedicated agents of the Imperial Inquisition. It is fought in the cities and hives of the Imperium. In the back streets and the forgotten sublevels. In hive cities like Tertian.
We are surrounded! Don't get overrun! Through this door!
For if the Inquisition fails, if we fail, the Imperium falls with us.
It gave me time to tweet out because I forgot. Look at that oddly bearded boy. I just like that his mustache changes every time I see him. He's got a warp beard. Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's not. Praise the Emperor. Emperor, guide thy aim. Thy hand is justice. Let no foe stand before you. Be the Emperor's reaper. The righteous fear not. Aim without mercy. Blessed be thy fury. Oh, wow, that loaded a lot faster than earlier. Well, that's a plus. One more thing I wanted to do before we get kicking off. Okay. Am I high enough level for this yet? No, 11. Oh, fine. I think I'm high enough for that simulator room. Let me see what that third option was real quick. It's kind of fun. One of the most interesting things about 40K is just the stuff like this. All the background tech going on. Like as you're running around, things look both holy and very mechanical. And it's very interesting to see what they get away with as the humans, I should say, get away with as a species. Like minimum amount of ventilation they need kind of thing. You know, stuff like that where, you know, there's a fan on each one of these walls. You can see like there's cooling tubes and stuff and all this fun stuff because she's basically in a giant computer.
Yes, what?
We do the meat grinder. Familiarize yourself with war gear in order to enter battle as prepared warrior should be. We'll go with 3-star difficulty, or, you know. literally don't have any options yet. I thought I unlocked some new stuff, but I guess not. Alright, fine. I still like that it says like triple XL. Here, what was it? No, not that. This. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Quad XL. I thought this was gonna be a meat grinder. As in, like... What are you called, little man? Black armor. What does this button do? Oh. Doing 50 armor. Bitch slap. Bitch slap. Bitch slap. Bitch slap. Bitch slap. That's like 9 damage. I like that it just keeps flying through him. Oh, I killed him. A lot tougher. Alright, well, I thought this was gonna be like I'm actually fighting for my life while using my war gear, and I'm not, and it makes me sad. Alright, boo. I thought we were gonna, like, fight! Not just have dudes standing there taking it. That way you can actually get a feel for your war gear, rather than, you know, whatever. And Mechanical Jackal, thank you for that follow. I just realized I had that because for some reason it didn't pop up until just now. Thank you for that follow. Welcome, Mobile Infantry Trooper. Now you're one of us. I'm like double checking everything. I'm like, is there anything else I missed? Oh, what sounds fun? Repair jobs. Pays the most. 36, 36. Secondary objective. Alright, let's find some grimoires.
Special issue ammunition's getting hard to come by. Reddit wants you to fix that.
Not this mission.
The scouts have them stockpiled at the Kazan Station Logistratum.
This mission's
You'll be
boring.
raiding it. Secure the area, identify the gear, and get it aboard the retrieval Valkyries. Understood?
Yes, sir. What was it though? Yeah, I did this mission like 5 times in beta. Like this one, and like one other one that were real common. There was 1 or 2 others that were actually like the uncommon ones.
Who turned out the lights?
Don't worry, you'll be in the thick of things soon.
Is that sin I smell? Or something worse?
I know a better way in than the front gate. Head for maintenance.
Let none but the unholy die this day!
What's up, bro? Oh wow, I'm about to die. Swap to melee. They're armored. Oh, he looked like a giant dwarf. Huh. Maybe they're Voton. I feel like once again I'm the only one doing work. Dogs already. Damn, I don't know what we did, but this is ridiculous. We've been playing for 5 seconds and there's already like... Is no one gonna help me with this guy? He just keeps ramming me. Help! What are you people doing? Help me! Jeez. He's literally beat my ass like 9 times and y'all just sit there. Oh, god damn it. Like, whatever, like, the bot was doing more work than all of them. Changed my mind.
One dead enemy! Not enough to celebrate!
Like, they were just sitting there shooting instead of using their melee weapons when, like, almost everything was meleeable. Or had armor, which means you got a melee.
Skillful, in its way.
Oh my god, seriously?
Just
fall back. Yeah, you hold that front. Hold what you got, Hazel. You got this. Just keep distracted enough that I can just shoot into the crowd. Oh, I did heal. When did I heal?
Holy work! Defend me!
I am not indefensible, thank you very much.
Yeah, they just straight let my ass get kicked. Like, almost died in the first 20 seconds. Oh god, another biggin'.
Caution advised.
Where are you? Here he is. Why are you up there?
That looks nasty. Does it hurt?
Stand back.
Oh, they're looking for a Grimoire. Well, I ain't climbing up there, so... No, I guess we have to climb back up there. At least we already got one Grimoire.
I need ammo!
Got a grenade here!
Why'd you waste that grenade, bro?
The boss dies.
Hold your ground, my kindred!
Toad's flame is dead!
Receive the Emperor's mercy!
Yep, net! Fuck. Cool. Man, why are these teams constantly doing other things? I'm the tank, help me! Fucking shit! Not again. Stop letting me fall down. Jesus. Like, this is what I do. But they keep leaving me all by myself or doing weird stuff. Oh my god, why is he still alive? Kill him. It's the third time he's netted me. I thought you guys killed him the second time. My gosh. I take back what I said earlier, Von Contrans. You were doing fine when you went across the bridge. I thought we were supposed to go the other way. Oh, oh, cool. I spent so much time down, I'm so corrupted.
Pay attention, fanatic. There is ammunition here.
There we go.
You know, there's other kinds of open. Maybe. Doesn't matter much.
There be those
Why am I
slugs
being
who call
corrupted
the
constantly?
hills dangerous aberrations all!
Oh, I guess we're all being automatically corrupted. Yeah, I am. Oh, fuck.
The God Emperor provides.
Oh, it must be when we picked up the damn... thing. See, like, this is the time when they can shoot. But when they're close, they need to start pulling out their swords, especially if they're armored. Pull out your melee, start beating their ass. Alright, I got this.
Kill Zagana!
Fucking sniper. Get out of my way. Oh, so they do explode.
Death to the foe!
I mean, it's really taking them forever to shoot some of these dudes. These are like the lowest level dudes that they're shooting at. Like the next lowest is these infecteds. Oh, come on. Me by myself again when two of them were right next to me. So much fun. Oh, a frag. There you go, or something. What failure, man? I'm doing the most work here. If it shows kills at the end, I'll prove it. You're slaying dudes. Fuck, big guy. Fucking shit. Seriously, who lit us on fire? Well, I can't help you, so... noticing that running away ain't helping us when some of these guys just run. So I think we're gonna die here. Oh, everyone's down. Yeah, we are gonna die here. Like, they keep getting into fights and then running away and leaving me by myself. And I can't tank everything, even if I had gear. Like, no offense, but geez, you don't leave your tank behind constantly. Like, I don't want to play with y'all. I would rather better teammates that stay within reach. Oh, a grenade launcher. Oh, that'll be fun. I'll give that a go. Now I'll be even more unstoppable. Courage is the Emperor's gift. Intolerance is the best blessing. No, intolerance is a blessing. I just read bless and I was like, that's his best. Blessed are the merciless. The Emperor bears the weight of mankind's ills. We read all these ones earlier. Because it was loading forever, so we read all these. Existence of Xenot's greatest crime. That's still my favorite.
Recruit has reported for briefing as instructed. Recruit is 42 seconds late. Recruits have been executed for less. This unit will request permission to do so. The recruit is expected to achieve competence in regard to technical apparatus. The recruit will learn how to maintain, repair, and modify such in order to perform their duties at the maximum level of efficiency. Failure to achieve said competence will most likely cause the recruit to die.
That's nice, lady. She's got to be, what, 2,000 years old, y'all think? Sounds about 2,000.
Standards have gone to hell around here.
Yeah, has been sad since your mom stopped coming around. Where's that grenade launcher I just got? Oh, maybe I gotta go pick it up. Trying to be omniscient.
Let the machine god grant his favor.
What's concentrate? Oh, that's when you level it up. What the hell am I supposed to be doing here?
Existence seems so much more agreeable after our discussions.
I don't know what that's
Let
supposed
us
to mean.
see what can be done.
Alright, it said I unlocked it. Name for yourself, reach trust level 8. Sure. Where's that grenade launcher unlocked? What the fuck? I'm like confused. Let me ask. So got none of those. And yeah, nothing here. Well, then why did it even say I unlocked a new weapon? Or maybe they took out the grenade launcher because it was doing something funky. Or maybe I need one more level to unlock it? I don't know, we'll figure it out. Yeah, Ogrins. She looks like she eats people's, like, livers.
Metal Fab 36's primary smelter has been taken offline. Your job's to get it working again. Seems a demonic infestation has corrupted the systems. Purge that infestation and the situation will resolve. Those production lines are vital. We can't afford any mistakes today.
Alright, easy. Bots.
That's pure.
What are you trying to say? I like how they're sprinting and I'm able to keep up with them by just walking. Or at least it looks like they were sprinting. Oh, I remember this mission now. Here we go. Good unit cohesion. Stay within 20 feet of me or so. Keep up my toughness. Here, puppy.
You cannot follow judgment, sniper!
Flew it to pieces. I'm coming, buddy.
Now!
Where'd they go?
suffering anymore.
Sup? Fine. Go back to melee.
No rations for you, shout it! Get up! Too much blood.
You can reach the elevator through here. So you can see it without the crowds of laborers.
Don't leave you down, boss. Come here often, big man.
No, you thought about me like that. But yes, I do. I like murking these dudes.
Ammo! Fall back, Kendrick! The battle!
Wussy explosion that time.
Blessed ammo, as I required.
Engagement protocol on Maximus. Show me that ugly grin.
They just slain my country!
Reloading.
God, you wouldn't want to see a bunch of Ogrins jump into a trench with you.
The path leads down.
It's a bunch of
No
traitor
sense in
legion.
waiting in.
I think Ogrins can kind of take on some Chaos Space Marines. Not good, but you know they could fight back. Let's try. Somewhat close to you guys. No, don't get up. Get back down.
Don't let the sword down. Great shot, Dana.
Same to you. Wait, what? What are you doing here, Buffy? I didn't even hear you coming. Damn it, man. Bad dog.
Kill the dog.
Oh no, punch me into the flamer. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh, there's two. Alright, well, it was a good run until that. Just keep getting down, or pushed down, or stunned, or held.
Get me up.
Now, but just do your thing. You got this. Now that all the bigs are gone, it should be a lot easier for nubbins.
Need that.
Easy peasy. Go take out the one shooting. See, it's almost comical watching Ogrins go to work.
stop me!
Oh, thank you.
Looking like a sniveler, Jody! Use your hands!
Even our pilot is not without sin. Have you all sent to test me?
Long as she flies straight. I mean, she does fly straight, right? She flies better than I can!
What's so special about this place, anyway?
Atonement ore is harder, better, gooder. Am I saying that right? Do you understand?
Nothing the tank can do, an Ogryn can't. Ammo crate!
Yeah, as long as we keep all the things that can easily take the Ogryns down and put them on the ground, as long as we can take out all them quick, we're basically fine. As far as Ogryns are concerned. The little guys, you know, everything kills them.
Kill that gunner!
Find the smelter, Kindred. There be the path to redemption.
Huh? You gonna get that grenade off?
Patch up and start morning! Hurt them back!
Oh my god, shoot the gunners! You have guns! We are literally meleeing holes for you, bro. God. Oh man, other players hurt my soul.
Help me.
Gotta fold their asses.
Flavor eliminated!
One dead. It's a start.
Bomber moving to position!
You're into the smelter superstructure. Head deeper.
Frag grenade! All the Emperor saw a skill folder.
Catch whatever ails you, Kindred.
Sound on trail!
Just push him off. I was in the middle of healing, you turd ass mutant.
Got some ammo!
Haha, you miss. Oh shit, they're down. Thought fire would stop me? My whole body's a callus. I'm glad they don't just keep beating your ass anymore like they did in beta. They actually throw you a lot faster. Where they used to just sit there beating your ass for like good 30 seconds.
Good work, lads. Trap her down. This way.
A switch.
Closer! Keep fighting! Hush now!
Hey, there you go. Now you guys are figuring out when to pull out your guns and when not to.
Like that.
See, there you go. Good use for the grenades, finally. Half time I see them just throw it at like a single person. Just to like waste it or something. Slap him in the ass. Why is it always me? Nope. God damn it. Val, hit the fucking trapper. I swear if you pick me up again, I'm gonna fight you. God damn it. Trapper's still up. Trappers are the bane of my existence, man. Especially because I can't really take them out in one hit, like I could in beta. Like I'm not just decapitating them. It's cool. I guess I'll just sleep. Just jammed him into the crack. Oh, we're being guarded. That's horrible. I kind of wish I could watch from third person. And it's one of those times where, where's the people with guns? I see one on the other side of the stairs and he's just chucking grenades. Like, it's kind of effective, but seriously, the gun people should fight gun people.
Come on, big bag! What's happening? Again, son. Still got me limbs.
This has so much fun. No, I guess we're out now because they didn't pick us up. Unless they moved us forward. Oh, okay, we were forward. I thought we were in that room for some reason. Like right now, the veteran, okay, so he is. I would say it should be melee and grenades.
I showed him, boss. Watch, learn, repeat.
Like the veteran character is talking the most shit, and he's probably got the least kills.
Enemy spotted.
Like Ogrins just don't have the range to fight half the dudes that are actual threats to us, and that's what we rely on the little ones for. Like the dudes who are doing crap like that, heavy gunners and whatnot, and snipers. Snipers I can kind of fight. They just do pushback.
Munitions. Excellent. Soldiers fight on, shouting.
See? I'm not made of stone.
It went directly for him. There. I'll interrupt. Made him one with the effigy. That's the other thing. Forcing the dudes with guns, like all he's rocking is a las gun. Force him to whip out their melee, and then you basically got him. Man, I am just getting blasted by these freaking las guns. I'm just getting here. I'll do your job for you. Seriously, how many hits can you take? Die? Just straight bullying this guy. There we go. Alright, so that's one. Ah. Thank you.
Don't speak.
Y'all shoot. You guys got guns. Alright, cool. That works. Yeah, this dude just going ham.
Holy tool!
Here I come. It looks like our team's finally getting to whip out the guns. Yeah, they're finally getting when to whip out their axes and swords and when to whip out their guns and junk. It's like me and Nubbins are just holding it down.
Forward into the unknown.
I mean, I'm corrupt as hell.
The god Emperor. Listen us.
If I get me a hello, grenade! Green flame is gone! Medical station!
Oh, sup?
Here, pal, grab the ammo! Good. Stomp the trapper! Ammo crate!
Come on, reload. Took his legs off.
I have a prize for the sick.
Kill the trapper! Be strong! Kill fast!
This is ridiculous. Where is everybody? Why are they all the way over there? Well, I'm straight getting my ass kicked over here. And why is Whiteman all the way over there? Oh, rescued. just kind of left alone, I guess. Did pretty good for being left alone and not realizing it. I was wondering because everyone was right near me, and then all of a sudden they just weren't. Let's see what this person's doing. I've been running away. Every time I watch them, they're running away. Also, the way they move their mouse makes me too sick. It's like like it's not smooth.
On your feet, big man! Thanks, boss.
You didn't finish. Thank you. Sending into crowds.
Feckless Ogren, cutting owly.
Dogs?
Guilt run.
Not dogs. Okay. Damn it, dude. Like, when my teammates wander off like that, I lose the toughness bonus thing that, you know, helps me regenerate toughness fast.
You're amazed by the whole world, yeah?
And yeah, they kind of... I'm not saying they're fucking me by walking away, but them doing their own thing is fucking me a little bit. Grenadier or something over there. Damn, that leap. Correct. Yeah, I'm just getting rid of you guys. I'm not getting any toughness back. Damn it. And now they're walking away again. They just keep ignoring when I fall. Yeah, look at them. They just keep running. It's him. Come on, man. I got less time than him. You can pick him up after. This is
I won't lie, there straight up lost cause. Let's just go.
Me limbs. You need to stand and fight.
Demo's hold is hard.
Grenade thrown. This way.
I think it's just me. I think the other person gave up. I mean, this horde would be fine if everyone was sticking near each other, but they keep walking away instead of dealing with the dudes that we need to deal with in order to move without getting whacked every 2 seconds.
Like, I literally keep finding ammo for the shooters to be able to shoot. And yeah, they just keep getting one-tapped.
Come on, get going, lads! Here they come! Crush them!
So I keep trying to stay on nubbins at this point, because then at least we can give each other the toughness bonus.
Promotion for everyone!
That way if we run into specials too, there's two of us, so one of us can knock the other one free.
Trapper, lemon! How enemies dogging! Rotting, knock them! Back on your boots, sir! Gotta get back on the line!
Fucking A, dude.
Calm down.
Like, we were taking such an ass beating right now. This is ridiculous. That bad thing at the reload.
Smelter working! Smelter, body work!
Come on, run, character. Ah, God.
Get off! Get off! That's out! Take to us, pal! Keep it those coming, big man!
Fuck. Oh, that was clutch. Hey, can one of you help me up? Just hold the button, man. It's okay. Come on, man. Help me up. Yes. All right, thank you. I missed my knife right now.
Charge him! Kill! Kill!
I just have to keep up with everyone.
No time for lazing, Reese!
Fuck.
Only in death do you end!
Fucking sniper.
Why am I on the floor? Reloading!
I got you.
Just res me. You can res me through the damage. Ogren.
Yeah, I know, but I was too low. Fucking A.
Help me out! Good work, lads. Trap her down.
Nah, you were in coherency with your team. That's just a thing that Ogren can do. Do you know how low I've been the majority of this run, my friend? Not to shit talk, but dog.
Like, we've both been low. Shut up.
Alright, well, carry your weight, my dude.
Yeah, carry your weight. Fuck you. I'm literally doing what I can with
and
what I got.
if you don't know, Ogrens are kind of fucking heavy.
Dude, no fucking shit, asshole. This ain't my first day.
Let's go another round, huh?
Why do people always feel like the need to like act like they know everything? Oh fuck! I already jumped down. Fuck. I'm coming. I'm coming. Come on. Come on. Where are you?
You abandoned my world! Now you do the same to me! Now pull inside!
Stay in this room, keep these choke points. We can win.
Yeah, I already know how to play as an Ogryn. What I get to in the beta was it 15? And that was just me farting around, so I don't need people like that talking shit the whole time. Like, did you know? It's all good, man. It's all good. Let's just have a good time. And we're an endless horde. It's hard. Like, life is gonna be hard, especially for Ogryns. I mean, if I could see the stats, I would know if I'm carrying my weight, but I'm pretty sure I've been carrying my weight pretty well. Like, I'm playing as heavy as I can, or I'm, like, taking the majority of the damage of standing in doorways like this and just taking hits while beating ass. Just melee my way back to everyone else. GG. That bitch slap just knocked him over.
There we go. We pulled this together nicely.
Yeah, that's normal shit. I'm normally just trying to stay next to you guys. It's not my fault y'all were running all over the place.
And just as I say that, there's more.
Good distraction.
Alright, just breach. You go. I'll hold the line for you, Whitman. Just move.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Just holding the spot while they go past me. They're going the wrong fucking way.
Oh no.
Pick him up. Fuck.
I got you, big man.
Thank you.
Good work.
Yeah.
Good work. Get to that elevator. I would rescue you, Whitman, but you're a long ways away.
It's okay, he'll be fine. They'll just use him as a toy. You just worship the new gods, it'll be fine. We'll see you later. And then kill you. Oh, probably got like 2 levels off that. Oh, level and a half, that's not bad. Wish you would tell me kills. Finally! Butchers. Yeah, I found the goods. I have to restart. What kind of dumb shit is that? Total deaths. Total kills 202,000. I was trying to put that up there. 2K kills. Not bad. Fuck. I killed the shit out of them. That's fucking air, dude. 2154 total. That's 14. I can't put it up there. All right. Well, anyways, I pulled my weight. I will say. There's no reason to say that I wasn't. Oh, look at you. Ain't you pretty? What, to Morningstar? No. Oh, I guess that's the area. Well. Alright, what are we doing now? Hit level, what, 6? Now, it says I unlocked the family. I'm guessing that means I don't have it. But I do have a, fucking shovel. It is better for crowd control. This one does mobility, finesse, first target, wax, penetration, defense. I mean, it's all around better in my opinion. Where's that grenade launcher it said I unlocked? It's so bullcrap. It did say restart, so we're gonna do that real quick. It was penance. Bone to pick. Reach trust level 5 as a Skullbreaker. Adapt to the environment. Complete 1 special conditions mission. Use your slide to avoid enemy attack. Kill 1,000 enemies in total. I just killed 2,000 that last mission alone. I should put the kill counter up. Maybe after tonight's stream, I'll count it all from earlier stream and this stream. And we'll see how many kills I got total. Okay. Call to arms, basic terrain, complete the prologue. Circle of Trust, complete Path of Trust, Chapter 1. Which also gave what? It says it gave me that stuff, but I don't see it when I look at that sort of thing, so weird. Kill every type of scab enemy. Well, that was quick. Complete special conditions. Kill monstrosity in 6 seconds less. Yeah, easy peasy. As long as you have a half decent brain or team. Buddy up. Replenish 2,000 toughness from coherency. Yeah. With coherency, you can basically, as an Ogryn, stay up indefinitely. There's a few times where it's like, you can't. But that's when you're like heavily surrounded like I was a lot of that time. And yeah, so was he. That's why I wasn't trying to blame him or anything. I wasn't talking shit. But he took it like I was talking shit. I'm like, no. Like, legitimately, I was not going to be able to stand up and pick you up. I had to beat the ass of everybody in front of me while someone else picked you up behind me. Because I also knew that other little dude was right behind me. Whitaker or whatever. Or whatever his name was. Oh, I can see my mouse. That's fun. Alright, but we are going to restart. Yeah, we'll get that quick download. Or unless they haven't stopped playing in so many hours. I'll let loose. Where is it? I don't even see it. Oh, wait, there it is. It's the big D. I guess they were on the wrong version. Piece of crap. I like that it'll let us link together in game search, but it won't let us play together as in a party because they're on another version of some kind. You know what I mean? Like, it seems weird to me. Just realized how blue I look again. Don't let it bother me. I'll fix it later. See, I'm gonna have to tweak the colors. Oh, and by the way, does anyone know a better camera than the Logitech 960? I've had this one for 7 years. And it's really been showing its age lately. For a while there, I'm like, oh, I can save it because I've done a couple things to tweak it and it makes it better. Like, yeah, like it can't even tell that my green screen behind me is green. I have to do a bunch of stuff to trick it into working, basically. It looks like it's green, I should say, on this, but this is like normal Elgato green screen, you know, green. Like, it should work perfectly, but, how do you put it? The way the camera takes it makes it like a light green. Like, not even lime, like booger green, the way I put it, orc green. And it's not easy to chroma key it properly because of that. It's been a real asshole. I think 30's max.
Violet, do you wish your armaments to be refined?
Oh, so you are refining. Okay. I don't care about none of that. But if I was, let me see what you can do. Oh, it literally does bump it up.
The Omnissiah watches.
Who sells things? Is there a map? I'm guessing that's the other dude. That is the stuff you can buy. I just wanted to buy a knife. Oh, almost everything's open right now. Yeah, I don't think I want to do another endless horde without a team that's like halfway competent. Like, they weren't incompetent. There was one guy that was really not doing anything. But yeah. He picked his ass up towards the end of the game. But before that, he was like barely killing anyone. He was constantly running away.
I hope you're up for another kill mission, because that's what's happening right now. Your target's cowering in the old enforcer station, just waiting for you. You'll have to get deep into the courthouse cell blocks to find him. Don't lock yourselves in by mistake.
Sounds like a plan, little man. I think it's like one tap on all these guys.
Shouting angry! Good! The just reward of virtue!
Kragers would be proud. I just need a big old gas mask so they can call me Big Cousin. Why is it always me? Launched across the room. Huh. That's for touching me wrong. Shit, wrong button. Oh, fuck. Fat fingered it. At least you don't lose health while you're hanging off anymore. Pressed F instead of E. And then I thought about it right after. I was like, wait, I didn't even need grenades yet. I haven't used them.
Cover me while I reload!
If I am to die, I will make it count. Grind ya! no darkness, for he is with us. For the sick! Hail the gunner!
I'm just too used to COD.
Emperor, guide me.
Come on.
That does not look stable or safe in any way.
Another fine dump that dropped us in. Heard him say there's more than one kind of ogre. Is there any real difference? Or can only ogres tell themselves apart?
As long as we're on the same side, variance matter little.
What a pin time!
Yeah, I feel like Ogrins have to do with orcs. Like almost everything they say.
Consider the needs of your associates. Man, if I want it. So there.
I need shelter. Give me shelter.
Give it a kick and you could be on your way.
Just a step away. Good job.
Dog zombie.
You're not laughing anymore. You got incoming. Work together to hold them up. Hammer!
Oh, I thought it was showing up.
Rants, all of you!
I'm giving them no way to run away, and it's hilarious.
Pilgrims, let them face their judgment! Not so tough, Ranger! Readying crowd control! Rush! 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 Look out! Leaving so soon?
Stop that. Bad boy.
That's it, defenders here. Get up to the streets.
Grenade! Emperor! Guide my aim!
Mutinies are gonna!
Find your way!
Oh, wait.
Through this hand. Keep up the pace.
I find goodies.
The time for healing is at hand! May all our kills be as swift!
I didn't realize I can uppercut with this one. Makes me excited. Yeah.
You cannot fire an empty weapon, Slab. Take this. I am Judgment! Get back! Barrels carrying bird!
Shit. That would have hurt if I wasn't an ogre.
Even the air here is filled with corruption.
Let's fill out the empty containers. Like, it's kind of a letdown.
Medicaid station!
Strongest! That's your destination. You'll find the target inside.
This is ammunition slab! Remember?
And the box.
Grenade!
Nothing
Move
good.
through the courthouse. You're looking for the box.
Oh, first shirt of leaving. Alright. Go grab that medical real quick. I thought we were gonna do a big fight here. What? I didn't even get to use it.
Bad dog.
Ole.
No more dog.
Hold on, wait for the big guy.
It's cool. I'll be there in a second.
Aim for the head!
Reaching the Empyrean!
I'm in charge, even unlocked. That's complete. Oh, I didn't kill it. Did all the work. And they might have been shooting them too. I couldn't tell.
Hold on, everybody. Here's some healing.
Medipack down!
Thank you.
Barely even got hurt. Shot him in the
You cannot fire an empty weapon, Slab. Take this.
I think we're going the wrong way.
carry on, we're trapped!
Sniper!
Bring it on, you big smelly wiener. His head just kind of fell off and got slapped in the ass. That's funny. Find Astradi Oubliette.
My zeal exceeded my depth.
Think the cartel has a law much?
Wow!
Ammo, quickly! Group up, people! Alright, you're looking for the Panopticon elevator. Leaders are hiding. I need ammo! Bleeding ammo, yeah! With me, pilgrims! I will not stop!
I love just firing into crowds of bad guys. You just see them all kind of drop.
Ammo's gone.
Last round.
Death! The only answer to this profane life! We've got enemies! Death train! Ammo price! Ammo? Yeah. Clearing your crypt key for the elevator. Medical station. Pieces of my mind are floating away.
Anybody need grenades?
Who's there? You runts need meds.
A jail is a fitting place for the arch heretic.
Don't be fooled. This place is a fortress. Holding the keys makes all the difference.
He ain't safe from me. Gotta eat your flesh!
Gross.
There he is! You know what to do! Grind ya! Scream! Your end is nigh! Survivor, fetch it! I'm going to slow the tree!
Big bunch coming over this.
One heretic at a time!
Nice job. Now let's get you back here for debriefing.
The Emperor provides ammunition, my friend!
GG. Now we yank his head off. You sure? Weapon family unlocked. Full rend. Ripper guns. Now available for requisition. So where do I requisition weapons though? I'm guessing this means they're MVP. Alright, let's try to find that requisition station, wherever it might be. Alright, requisition. I'm gonna guess it's this guy right here. Yeah, Requisitorium, so level 11. So like 1 or 2 more missions. At most 4.
You're inbound to the Torrent. Intel's identified a high-value target, and Rannick wants it dead. You'll find the target in the Enforcer Station. It's ruined, but defensible. The sewers are your way in. From there, you'll be heading up into the Torrent proper.
Agent Meg!
Oh, okay.
We'll see him off! Hey! Soldier! Ammo! Ammo, boss!
Cut it out.
That's the Enforcer Station. Target's inside.
I'm still with you, boss. Gotta get back on the line!
Get acknowledged!
Took care of him.
Boss, got some ammo?
Haven't been an enforcer in this place for years, thanks to the water cartel.
Looks like I missed the entire mission. I like that I just make them messes on the ground.
Ammo!
Medicaid station! There is no final duty.
Looks like it's the Mandalorian symbol.
Everyone pay attention and group up as soon as you can.
This way! Ammo crate!
I'll sell you down.
Neutralize the trapper!
Go there!
Boss, got some ammo?
There's a president transfer elevator close by. It'll take you straight to the kill target.
Disgusting!
Oh, you ugly cocking brute! Fuck it in! You think I don't know, huh?
You're not laughing anymore!
Death will not And that's how we do it in the garden.
I'm just getting started!
Sounds like Warframes. There we go.
Death train!
Upgrading your clearances. You should be able to access the elevator.
Typical enforcers. Never around when they're needed.
Enforcers never made much difference down here. Not when it was needed.
They will be judged and punished.
Come on then! Let's see what you've got!
That's precise and active target. What are you waiting for?
Just melee his shield. It counts as armor, guys.
Boss, shut
Ah, come on, I know it wasn't in there for long, but at least give me the level. Got some ducats. Weird that they call it dockets. Emperor's Gift. The brute shovel. I wonder if that means I actually have it, or... Still got over 500 kills, I mean, geez. 584 kills. 0 death. Zero deaths. My time in was 12 minutes. Doubt not the Emperor's wrath. Blessed is the mind too small for doubt. I think we've read them all now, because of long loading times earlier. Alright, I'm gonna park the character over here real quick, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So...
blow up the yes billboard as well?
I don't know. Maybe.
Way to go.
This is for all you new people. I only have one rule.
Whoa,
everyone
playing
fights.
PUBG?
No
You got
one
a level
quits.
3 helmet on.
Don't do your job, I'll kill you myself. Do you get me?
Yes!
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
All
Read
three
those
of them.
Roughnecks!
Get wrecked. It's like bowling, but way cooler.
Look up. After you get rid of that.
Woo! Sorry, what were we saying? I'm looking up, but I can't see backwards. Oh, there we go.
This is actually pretty cool.
Hey, I killed someone.
Nice.
GG. Challenge completed. Minutes spent in co-op. Oh, sorry. Did I not mark it well enough for you? Go. Oh, speaking of. What? What?
Bye. Ow!
Did you just kill yourself?
No, I'm alive. I was trying to blow you up.
I see you did a great job.
Yeah.
Those little wussies will use the piggies. Finally, some help. Took you long enough.
Hey, grumpy. Yeah, whatever. Now, is that a bear or a cow? Oh my god, its little yips and stuff are cute. Hi, little guy. Come here. Oh god. I'm so sorry. No. If you die, it's permanent. Oh, and I started a fire. Whoops. Leave my pup alone. It's like I've... Is everybody dead now? Can I please be left alone? I don't know why you guys keep thinking that you can kill me. I am the main character. I am invincible. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I'm Laura friggin' Croft. I have an amazing butt and amazing boobs. You will not kill me. I promise you this. Girl power and stuff. Woo! I like how they keep throwing in melee units after all this time, yeah. Pretty much born to wreck melee units. Oh, that was super laggy.
We're gonna steal an AT-AT.
Nice. What a good plan.
Get him.
Searching the area.
How did you survive this time? This one will cover. Did that fly straight through his chest? Oh, that's kind of awesome. Back up. It's fine. Probably finish this mission now, go to bed for the night, and then come back tomorrow for the 12-hour. Don't freaking die. I wonder how this will work. Alright, Groot. Yeah, it was about perfect. Perfect throw. Damn, I'm good.
I'm back.
Lord. Is this Chaser? I don't know. Where's Chaser? Let me just search. Okay. And original Chaser, thank you for that 58 months sub. Welcome back. Let's get over to that officer's lounge. I fixed it, I think. Unless I rearranged it again. Which could have possibly happened, but we got drinks for you. We got seats for you. Enjoy.
Like relaunching the game.
Let's get back in the game. Someone say something?
Beardy. Beardy.
Oh, now I can hear you. Like you were breaking up before, so I was like, is someone talking to me or am I just high? Like, I haven't done any drugs, but who knows what was in that food earlier. There was some raw shrimps.
A food high? Foodie high?
Yeah, raw shrimps. Gets you all kinds of high. Anyways, yeah, I'm only level 6. I'm about to hit level 7.
Okay.
Stupid game won't give me more XP for the amount of kills I get. I got 2,000 kills like 2 games ago, and it gave me a level and a half. That's not enough for the amount of work I did. I had the other person in our game talking shit. You're not pulling your weight. I'm like, we'll wait till we see kills at the end.
What class?
I'm an Ogren. You can play as whatever though.
I'm always playing as the veteran, so.
And
I'm
why'd
gonna
you
shoot in
even
the ass
ask?
a lot.
But yeah, my Ogren kicks ass. And I was kicking a lot of ass earlier, and he was just like, you're not pulling your weight. I'm like, bitch, where? Just because I'm getting down a bunch, just because it's Endless Horde.
Endless Horde's a bitch.
Yeah, it was Endless
Especially
Horde, and
playing
it
on
was
level
third
3.
difficulty. Yeah. So it was just kind of a pain to go through. It was a lot like this one. It was turn on the where is it? The smelter. And then Endless Horde and the 3 difficulty, so whatever it's called, Sedition or
Malicious.
yeah, whatever that one is. Yeah, and the one veteran that we had on our team really wasn't pulling his weight. Like, there was a lot of times where he would just run away at the first sign of anything. And it's like, what are you doing, bro? Like, you keep leaving me by myself. And yeah, they were leaving me alone a lot. So I started, like, after like 5 minutes of that, I'm like, all right, fuck this. And I just stayed near the other Ogren, which just kind of kept kicking people's ass. There we go.
I'm here. I got don't need anything, I believe, so let me double check the store real quickly. See, I don't need to consecrate any of my gear.
So he's a rich man. What do the yellow bars above the missions mean? Is that the timer before it resets to another mission?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
If you see any missions that require in the cluster silo,
alright.
if you see any level 2 or higher for the cluster silo 1866A, I gotta do 6 secondary missions total.
Alright, let's do it. Let's do it.
No.
I don't know how I sound on Discord.
The
I've
heretics have
not done it in a
compromised
while.
Tersham's water supply.
You're fine.
That's not a good thing, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, but I want to sound great.
We know which
So I
silo the
make sure I'm
heretics
choosing the
have
right mic.
corrupted, so that's a good
No,
place to
you
start.
coming in crystal clear,
Tertium
man.
needs that water, so drive the demon off and hope that fixes the problem.
There we go. See,
Loading screen.
it's the big boys that hold everybody down. Oh wait, we're in the middle of a fight? Alright, cool. That was a hot drop if I've ever seen one.
No, we're not too far in.
Well, I mean, as in we got in and we're immediately being attacked. Oh, fuck. Another one of the sides where I'm gonna ask, where the fuck is everybody? It's just me and Tooth here.
I'm trying to drop the ranged targets.
You're fine. But yeah, with me and Tooth just beating on all these armored dudes. No one else around. Luckily, Tooth has a shield, so good for him. I'm about to
go down.
die. Yeah, that flamethrower kind of did a really good streak. It's too cool. Let me watch him real quick. Oh, he's just sitting there blocking long targets. Your flashlight's like a laser beam. Which I'm actually surprised by. I suppose it makes sense that it wouldn't have recoil.
No, I need that ammo. There you go. This is a proper.
Okay, so I will say there needs to be a patch for when I'm watching other players shoot and move. It like lags and goes like 30 FPS whenever you go to like look around.
Dude, I'm at 24 FPS right now.
I'm over 100 until I'm watching one of you guys. Okay, I'm gonna go back to myself.
They were trying to get to you.
Yeah, I'm at 80, 90, 100. But when I watch one of you guys, the FPS just drops and it looks like you're lagging.
Wrong, but that hurt.
What the?
I like how Toof just walked right past him, or whoever it was.
Yeah.
I've got you, boss.
Toof, pick him up, stop blocking.
Dude, where the? This is why I'm not kind of endless.
This isn't endless, it's just find the grimoires.
No, this is endless.
Well, I swear it didn't say endless, that's why I was willing to do it.
Like your fury rise.
Maybe it did say it, and I just wasn't paying enough attention.
Oh, these guys.
Well, we lose.
Ogren's down.
I'm more like watching Sylvie kind of barely run. Let's keep kiting. Oh, the net.
No, it wasn't a net. It was one of the heavy maulers.
No, the net got her. Or it was
No,
about to anyways, because you can see it right behind him.
Oh no, I watched the heavy mauler go for the overhead swing.
Well, that was fun. Good practice, good practice.
260.
I got nothing. Bull.
That's pretty damn close. What's the practice run?
Oh, 3D's here. Hey, do you want to swap to TeamSpeak? Do you have the TeamSpeak?
I do have TeamSpeak. I'm part of the 501st Legion, so I gotta use TeamSpeak.
Oh, what a good boy. Alright, here, I'll give you the address.
Yep.
And then you come hang out. I'm pretty sure if there is a password on it.
Just, if there is, just I'll poke you and then you gotta put in your password.
I was about to say it and I'm like, wait. I don't want random people from stream coming in and heckling my friends. That's what causes motive. Why is it not sending it to you? Copy. Paste. It won't paste. What the fuck? Fuck you, Discord. Why you like this?
It's Discord.
There we go. Use the keyboard to do it instead of the mouse.
Alright, let me see.
I'm pretty sure you've been there before.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure.
Maybe ages ago.
Yep. It's what I used to use constantly.
Yeah, I want to say an ages ago.
Alright, you'll find me. Here, let me give you the password in case it is asking for one.
I don't think there is a password.
I don't think there is either, but if there is, that's literally it.
Alright, so my name on there will be CP Chaser since I'm too lazy to change my name on
Yeah, you can make it whatever. Alright, I'm back. Hi, 3.
Hi.
Doing some Dark Tides. So, I figured out how to run OBS off my CPU nice and clean. So it's not running off the 1070 anymore. It's actually a lot cleaner. This is why I was like, man, I'm always like, there's not enough quality on my streams for some reason.
That's the issue with NVENC. NVENC is great if you really need to spare the CPU time.
And I don't. So that's why I was like, yeah. I was like, why the fuck does it keep, like, that's a 1070. It's not doing anything else. And then I was like,
on your capture unit too, weren't you?
well, the capture card is doing all this PC's load of, like, you know, just capturing it. And then the stream PC, all it's doing is running the stream. And then there's, you know, a window up so I can see what the stream looks like on the delay and all that. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, like you've got like the stream, you've got the PC you're playing on, and the PC that's doing all the rendering too.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's why I was always wondering, why is this so fucking ugly? And then yesterday I realized I forgot to swap it over to CPU, because when I got the capture card, I was supposed to start using the CPU more. And I was just like, I'm such a dumbass. Because there's always like playing Assassin's Creed, and I'm like, man, why does this game look so muddy on the stream? Like, it looks good on stream, I should say, when it was live, like pretty decent. But it looked like ass when I would like upload to YouTube, or even just like the VOD afterwards would sometimes look like butts, and I'm just like, oh, why? Why you like this? Also, I figured out there's a limit to Twitch. There used to be 6,000, but if you're an affiliate, you can bump it up to 7,500 or so before it starts to make Twitch angry. So I was like, ooh, 7,500 looks mwah. Because I got fucking gigabit connection. I can do what I want. And if I were streaming on YouTube, I can use 56,000 bits, which would be more accurate to what I could do. And that's like 4K. But I'm not doing that. Alright, so this one's Endless Horde. Okay, so that always means Endless Horde.
Hello.
And hello, Chaser.
Let me
Hello.
turn you down. Jesus.
I had to finally actually talk with you, Beer.
Well, it's not like you haven't talked to me in over a year.
Beard, I've talked to you off on. It's Beer I've never talked to. I've seen him in your Discord.
Oh,
He's never really
Beer. I thought you said Beard.
Fine. I'll call him Goggles while you're Beard.
Hello.
I mean, that's what everyone calls him. Or 3D.
Goggles are 3D. It makes it easier that way.
Okay, 3.
Alright, so you wanted silo clusters, and then you wanted 3 stars, or at least 3 difficulty, and secondary missions?
2-star difficulty. As long as
Okay,
it's
so
a
2 or
secondary
above.
mission.
That's what I'm trying to find. One with a secondary. Here we go. Okay. If it's 2 and above, this one will work. That's why I was like, I see 3. 2 of them have Endless Horde and some other stuff, and I'm just like, we don't really have the group for that. I can't trust. I can't trust the randoms.
Is 3 and Dragon gonna join us?
Tertium's got a
Oh,
problem
no,
with its
no.
water supply.
No, I'm on my phone right now.
The
Yeah,
trouble's
that's why
confined
it
to a
sounds
single
like he's
silo.
talking
For
into
now.
a,
The heretics are pumping
zone.
their poison in from there.
I was trying to think of something more better, but I'm like, no.
Something
It just does sound.
clever, but you just couldn't. So you just said it sounds like he's talking into a phone.
I streamed earlier, and then I went to sleep for an hour and a half, and then streamed again. So I'm doing the best
I
I
got my
can.
Steam Deck, but my computer's in my fucking packed up in my car right now. So
You can get Team Star to work on this.
Where she belongs. Wait,
I use it.
you can? That's weird.
No, oh, dude, it's a Linux.
yeah, well, it's literally a computer. It's a Linux-based
Yeah.
system. It's just setting things up like that can be a little more of a hassle than it needs to be.
It's super simple. Trust me, I am computer illiterate. Like, ultra retarded.
Does Darktide work on Steam Deck?
I haven't tried to launch it
I was gonna
yet,
say,
but
I
I
don't
know
know.
it does have some compatibility.
I feel like yes, because that's the whole point of Steam Deck, is to be able to be like a replacer.
Well,
for PC
the
somewhere.
part of it is that if they got the codecs to deal with the anti-cheat, because the anti-cheat tends to flag it.
Darktide or the Steam Deck itself?
Easy anti-cheat tends to flag the Steam Deck.
That's funny. You're obviously cheating because you got an unfair advantage by using a handheld. You're worse than controller gamers. You're a Steam Deck user.
Pretty much. That's why for the longest time, let the MCC stick and walk on it and he won't put it.
Shit. I really wish you can climb up things like railings and stuff. Like right here, why can't I jump over this?
Metal crate. All his head's gone.
I'm just kind of hacking people with this shovel. So how was your day, 3D? For some reason, the game's extra loud,
I'm
right?
in Canada, so there's no Thanksgiving for me.
That's why I was wondering where you were for the last, like, 3 hours that I've been up. I'm like, where's 3D of all people? He's Canadian.
That's way I'm shit at.
Trying to get work done and help my dad with the project.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised I wasn't seeing you. I was just like, huh. Figured he'd be chilling in here working on stuff.
Yeah. It was a dumb idea to start driving on Thanksgiving Day because all the food places are closed.
I thought you packed snacks at least, like I always do when I drive.
Oh, I got a bunch of like fucking nutrition bars and protein bars and whatnot.
Oh, then you were fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. I wasn't hungry. It's just I wanted something better, you know.
He's tasted the money, and now he's like, I deserve better than this slop. Ever tell you guys about the
fucking Frosted Flakes breakfast bars that I was eating in the morning?
Those things are amazing. If you have like a little cartons or something, they're freaking.
Maybe you couldn't find a truck stop that was open. Truck stop restaurant.
About it.
Oh, I mean, fucking gas stations and whatnot had their typical snacks.
I found a book.
Truck stop, the good truck stops have actual. Yeah. Those
are the ones with food that's really bad for you too.
Oh wait, it's gonna be like absolutely awful for you,
but it tastes delicious. Yeah. I miss truck stop food.
The Husky. And
Archie, stairs!
See, like right here, why can I not climb this and be an ogre? Instead, I gotta walk up the ramp like a tool.
Like that.
I found it a little weird. Why does the fucking Steam Deck and then the Steam Deck dock both come with the same fucking power block? Because like, wouldn't you just need the one?
Maybe if you have two, it doubles up the charging because it's a gaming thing. A lot of gaming laptops now come with 2 charger slots, and you put them both in, so that one keeps your power going or whatever, it maintains, while the other one amps your shit up.
Well, they're both
gain battery.
plugins for USB-C. Like the USB-C will go into the dock, and then the dock plugs in the USB-C into the Steam Deck, so you can't plug them both in.
That's because you're supposed to use the Steam, plug the outlet into the dock, and then plug the Steam Deck into the dock. And then you can try to sit on the dock and plug anything else that is active. So like, use the Steam Deck and set up a keyboard and mouse. That is what's going to get the power to it.
Man, killing things with the trench shovel is just so fun.
I have the
Dipped it in the poop first. Sorry, what?
I got the Krieg Marines right. I just gotta equip it next time.
Wait, they have a specific rifle?
Yeah, the Hell, whatever. You know, the old thing with the bayonet on it?
Oh, the ones I see all these Kriegers running around with? Which is weird to me that there are bad guy Kriegers.
How?
I never knew Trader.
So, Dragon, I forgot to inquire. How far did you get today?
I'm in Spokane, Washington.
Where are you heading? West? Or are you coming from west?
Coming from west, I'm going to Chicago.
Oh, that's right, Chicago. Don't get shot. Been here 5 minutes, take a bullet in the arm.
R.I.P. You're going from excellent quality fish to a pizza that's probably better described as a marinara sauce-filled pool for rats.
What I call him is a
Washington?
runner.
Yeah, I'm still
she's heading towards DC, so he'll be your way.
On Washington.
You still rocking the D&D voice? when it's dark and darker.
Oh, I thought you were in Oregon for some reason, so I was wondering why you were going north.
The darker and darker playset is December.
December
Okay, so it's a couple next month, I mean.
Yeah, it's a couple months from now. Christmas is not just a couple months from now.
What?
Yeah, when we did that, daylight savings time, we swung back to
Why aren't you helping, Moomin Rider?
Christmas is at least 2 days away.
I mean, it is at least more than 2 days away, so you are correct.
The second Halloween started, or ended, I mean, again. Quick card, Mariah can't carry.
I'm sorry, the only Christmas that's going here is Battlefield 2, okay?
All I want
Please
for
go
Christmas.
Going up to this hotel, there was, the parking lot was like totally full, and I came in the backside, because that's where the off-ramp from the I-90 was.
Alright, Rangers, do your thing.
So it took you. And there was just, the whole fucking parking lot was full, until I got to the end and saw this one sign saying,
the bridge, you bastards.
And I was like, because it's like front of the building, right by the entrance. I was like, oh yeah, that's the stuff right there.
There, you both need to make me, invite this dude. This Phil who wants to join.
There was also,
Wait, he gets a bolter?
after I left that rest stop, I blew past a cop going 85 and a 70 on the highway, and he came around the car that I had passed that he was behind, pulled up close to me, and then I think he probably saw the active duty sticker on my car, and then just backed off and went back to the speed he was originally going as I fucking continued to blow past.
You're like, I got places to be, and I got a shit.
This place is a warren of thugs and chassis. Doesn't seem
The
right.
perks of being in the military, I suppose.
I mean, they can't give us speeding tickets anyways a lot of times.
Can't say I understand.
At least local sheriffs in Florida don't give you speeding tickets. They can only citate us, and a citation is like more of a warning for us. Like, we don't have to pay. It's just they tell us basically, hey, don't speed. And we're like, oh, okay. But that doesn't mean I take advantage of it.
No, they can ticket us. It's depending on the state, but
Well, that's what I said in Florida.
It's just a matter of they wouldn't expect us to pay it.
No, you can think.
Yeah, it's like, I don't even live here. Fuck you. Unless you're speeding illegally where it's like, 100 miles per hour and a 60. They usually don't pull you over. Oh, that poor front line.
Medicaid station.
What? I'll take it. Carpenter's bench right off the bat.
Yeah, the front line was all the little Marines, and they were all armored up. They pulled out their guns, looked at me, and then I blew like half their chests off. Damn, that lightning is good. That Psyker lightning just looks so useful.
What are you looking at, statue? Hey?
Oh, yes, Brute. Go ahead,
Jealous, run.
You don't control me. You don't.
Can't hear you.
Talking to myself.
Oh, okay.
Last time I fought a beast of Nurgle here, it threw 2 of my party members off the vehicle.
Oh, I got thrown by a Poxburster earlier, and it looked like my character just clutch grabbed the freaking railing of the next way over. Like, I fully should have fell in the little lava pit. Instead, I didn't. Yeah, Finally a team of rangers that actually knows how to shoot the range units instead of letting me tank them for no reason. Like, you guys have actually been kind of crushing the range guys while I'm beating down the melee. Killing field. Never heard of it. Killer? I barely know her.
See that swing?
I love that I'm accidentally, like, taking their legs off. Poor little guys. I don't think I have ammo, but there might be ammo over here.
I'm not worried about it.
What are we listening to, Goggles?
All I want
I'm
for
gonna
Christmas
say
is
gamer
you,
words.
but played in another room.
Why?
She's unfreezing. She's unfreezing.
Because
She's thawing.
November's almost over.
She will
But
be
it's still
released on the
November.
30th. Oh, here's ammo for you.
And why? I have.
Oh, the other
soundboard
person
buttons
took
that
it.
I almost never need or use.
If only there was a way for them to drop you ammo.
Admittedly, when people used to when people in TeamSpeak used to play separate games, it was really helpful.
Oh, you talking about Bear Trauma, man?
I think I did that too. I remember doing it with Wolfpack.
You very much so did.
And then they had to crash dive because they've been spotted by Allied Craft, and then I started playing that. They started panicking about hitting their crush depth.
Oh,
You
the
should
sound
put
effect. I
Minecraft
remember
cave
that.
sounds in there.
Oh,
Only one I
Come
have.
here. Come here.
no. I'm in a cave right now, and it's not Minecraft. Why am I hearing this sound?
Yeah, the sub crunch sound was really good. Hey, ammo stash here. Right before they grab it. No, no.
I picked up some ammo.
Okay.
Picked up some ammo.
Fucking share the ammo, Moving Rider.
Creeper sound held loose and still jump forward and turn around.
When we played Wargame a lot, occasionally we would get people. What?
Oh, when you would play the siren sound.
I think
You'd cut off your voice, Sarah.
Said he cut out.
Who does that?
C2 was playing.
She doesn't usually cut out. That's not normal.
yeah, that one. Yeah,
Uh-huh. It might be that voice is fucking with your
the
shit.
Wargame one is very rude. The Wargame.
When C2 was playing Dangerous,
The war
Main
game?
fuel tank drained.
That's what I was looking
Yeah.
I'm just deleting things too fast.
Lighting the candle.
So I'm not used to how long it takes this
I am
voice to
getting
say
staggered
things.
back.
It's because they're shooting you. They're the heavy gunners. Yeah, I killed one of them.
Wait, over here. Let's do
It's
attack.
just with my other program I delete what I type instantly, but for this I have to wait.
Got the other one.
I got plenty of ammo now.
This is always my
Sarah,
mistake.
Sarah, are you there?
What's up, guys? No Hunter Sarah here.
Oh god.
I just like that you can pretend to be Sarah just by having the Siri, or not Siri, Cortana voice inside your computer.
Real Sarah is no longer with us.
Alexa, show me pictures of Sarah.
I am the very model of a modern gamer general.
Here's some pictures of spaghetti.
And of course, this one that I loved setting off Arch with.
Well, great. Arch, let me die.
Yeah,
Every
but
now and then
that was
you just hear,
usually true.
Do anything!
Yeah, to be fair, he does often.
Yes, that's why I wrote that one. It was so believable.
You can be playing
God, whose
fucking
voice was
Escape
that?
from Tarkov and you throw
That was
that out there.
strange.
Claire, I'm gonna strangle you.
That's illegal.
Go back, there it is.
You hardened leaders.
Actually, no, I'm gonna flag every single one of your YouTube videos for bioterrorism.
I don't think you can. They're unlisted. You'd have to have the links.
I've got the links, don't you worry, I've paid for them.
Sarah no longer exists. It's Lara now.
Lara Croft.
Yes.
Lara Croft and the triangle too.
Lara Croft. You ever see that show Lara Croft?
Mute got me. Ow, ow, ow.
Lara Croft dinner.
Lara Croft dinner.
Yeah, I loved Lara Croft as a kid. She was my crush.
Oh yeah.
That's where Beard got his thing for his attraction
For dungeon delving strong women that can do pull-ups. And occasionally do upside down splits, because that was one of the best parts of that game. It was like Tomb Raider 2. You could lift yourself up over like an object and then legitimately like sit there and do a handstand. Or you can choose while doing the handstand to like balance out, and so you spread your legs out. And I'm just like, that's so cool. I was too young to be attracted, but I would just like, that's fucking neat. Yeah, I'd have been like 6 when I played that game. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like a good triangle tit? It's got like 4 vertices. Oh yeah.
That happens.
There's over here.
Still one of my favorite cosplays.
Sorry, I'm fighting. 1 second. Yeah, I killed them all.
Tomb Raider 1 era Lara Croft, and they actually just like have a paper mache torso.
Paper mache.
Yeah.
I do remember cosplayers doing that. Yeah. I'm gonna read from the good book.
Read from the book.
Oh, I guess I can't read from the book. I thought I could. Alright, neat. I guess it's just a grimoire.
Well, it needs two more scriptures for full points, but they should count as good.
Oh, then I have one of the scriptures.
Yes.
Looks so small in your giant hands.
Yeah, it's the good book. Good little book. It's meant for the tiny ones. Are you guys still fighting over there? Alright, let me reload. I'll help. What did we come up with this? Wasn't it like a 40 mil shotgun?
Oh, let's see that thing again.
It's like a full-on blunderbuss. Like we figured it out before dimensionally.
That looks bigger than a 40 mil.
Yeah, that's why I think we said like it was like basically equivalent to a 75 millimeter round, but shotgun point.
It looks more like it looks like at least 60.
Yeah.
I mean, those hands are huge.
Yeah, he's got some big fucking hands. Yeah, and it's like the size of the rounds are the size of these baldies heads.
Get on the foot. Get on the.
I'm sorry, I got excited. There were just so many in a crowd.
And.
Aw, y'all are rude and left me behind. I like
on.
killing it. Yeah, but if you kill them all, you're
got
done.
hunter blindness.
No, it's unending horde. You're never done.
That's buck fever.
Or I also get in real life, target-rich environments make me not freeze, but I see so many targets that I get excited, and then I decide not to shoot any of them because I'm just like, who do I shoot first? You know?
Target-rich
analysis paralysis.
Yeah, analysis paralysis. I get a little bit of that where it's just like, oh, geez, there's so many choices. And then I decide from there. But yeah, usually there's like a 3-second
You
delay.
see, I'm more of the kind of person who can't decide which one to shoot, so I just start spraying in all of their directions.
Well, see,
Like
my job was to be
CS:GO, when
accurate.
3 people would jump
That's
around a
why I'm
corner. I
using
wouldn't
full
choose
auto
one to
laser.
shoot. I would always spray left and right over all 3 of them.
It says I got 0 kills. Fucking lying-ass game. But it also says the truth. I got 0 deaths. I
But
never
then I
even got
started
down.
blasting.
That one
I
was
think
easy.
Would Warhammer be the right universe to have the ammo can of Antioch?
Yeah, actually. Like, they do have holy rounds that have been blessed and all that shit. So, it's
Holy
the closest
grenade.
you'll get to that. Yeah, holy hand grenade and the holy ammo box of Antioch.
Nope, that one did not count. That was damn. Because
Wait.
we-
Of course, you
we
must
needed
take
all-
Saint Browning into your life.
Yeah, I only got the one. I don't think the other teammates have ever found anything. I wasn't
we were-
looking
I was,
very
I
hard,
was
so
trying
my
to look
bad.
for him, but kind of keeping the mob suppressed.
Also, it wasn't Endless Horde.
Yeah.
I thought it was when you said that, but no, I made sure it didn't have.
Plus sword, doubles plus sword, power sword. Yeah, I'll buy a power sword. And
I'm not doing the
42
missing
for the
scriptures
Hellborn,
again because
why
that
not?
one's sucked. What level am I? 7. And where are you buying things? Where are you at? 'Cause I can't buy
Okay,
anything.
so where are you spawned in?
Yeah, I'm by the Requisitorium.
Hey yo, here G.
Okay.
This way.
I was wondering, 'cause I'm like, I could have sworn beta was able to buy things, and now it's not letting me until I'm whatever level. Oh, thank God. I can finally requisition weapons. Oh, Rumbler. What are you? Explosive delayed detonation. What's the gun
And what,
I have now?
let's see. What level are you?
7.
Ooh, you can bless your weaponry.
Spread shot, close combat.
Let me know when you're done buying your stuff, even if it's green.
Do what?
Let me know when you're done buying your gear. I'll take you someplace else.
Okay. So I can buy this. What is this? Spread shot torrent.
Cat, can I help you? Ah, yes. Hello.
Infested enemies.
Sorry, guys. Did you hear me? I talk to my cat a lot.
Okay, I talked to the dog.
I was gonna say he talks to the dog. Same.
Yes. Well, he is my boy. Chance is currently in my face, because it's usually for him to get let loose.
Yeah, I might like it.
I don't want to go in there. There's a bunch of spiders in there.
Bunch of spiders.
Would you rather take on spiders or Tyranids?
Tyranids, duh.
Where are my
I can eat them.
Scrolls?
I mean, I can eat spiders too, but there's less meat on them.
There they are.
Everyone knows I used to eat spiders when I was in the military. It's good for you. Oh, so this is just for your cosmetics.
You know what? Your level.
Cosmetics too.
Hey.
1 second, I'm reading.
I'll say.
Okay, now what?
Access your inventory. Go to cosmetics. Click on upper body. You should have a different chest piece instead of your constant prison carb.
Oh, I finally do. Nice. Where are my legs? Hey, finally some freaking leggers. All I asked for was shoes. That's all I wanted. And they just wouldn't give me my shoes.
I mean, you're an ogre, and do you really need shoes?
Yes. It still sucks if you step on something that's metal and rusted and then you get tetanus.
Or, you know, step on something all seedy and squishy and it just oozes between your toes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you would like that, you nasties. Alright.
Alright, what level of gear did you buy, what rarity gear did you buy?
Greens.
Okay.
Just let me finish equipping them, because I forgot to.
Alright.
Oh. So I bought 2. I don't know if I could sell the one I don't want.
You can, if you just, you click on it and dismantle it.
Yeah, I just want to try this first. And then... Oh, they gave me the shovel, that's right, brainer. But then I bought a better one. I'm sorry, Emperor. I know you provided this shovel, but fuck you. I mean, what?
Oh, yeah. How much? Oh, yeah, that's even better.
You okay?
Ooh, I better than this.
Slash 20% toughness on single enemy melee hit. 100% toughness replenishment. Allies incoherency. Yeah. Okay, I'll just stick with that. Alright, what am I looking for?
This way.
I just talk about making
what
it
up,
better,
sir?
because I'm fine with it just being as it is, since I'll be upgrading anyways.
The shrine of the
From the
Omnicide.
forge cometh miracles.
There's
From
just like-
miracles cometh deliverance.
Whatever.
Damn,
Just
I
makes
don't
it
have the Durasteel.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, I'll just wait till I'm higher level anyways. I'm breezing through the levels as is.
Well, if I had the plastic, I could turn my power sword from green to blue.
Yeah, but then you're gonna upgrade it in like 2 levels, so...
Actually, no, dude. The full auto laser gun I was using was one that I went from green to blue.
Okay, let's do...
6. Oof, Malice difficult. Quick play, huh?
Yeah, because 2s have been too easy, and then I'm doing quick play because I have no idea. I don't see anything that you want. So,
No, it's
and I don't
whatever.
want to pick, so.
Yeah, I get you.
Look at my pouches, now I can hold things. Yeah, apparently people didn't know that Ogrins can pick up objectives that are heavy, like the power supply units and stuff like that, and just sprint with them. All the tinies are stuck walking.
Alright, this one's a kill mission. Down in the bowels of the torrent. You're heading to the Enforcer Station, and it will be fighting all the way. Navigate the sewers, reach the streets, and go knocking on the front door. No need to be fancy.
I like that it's stuck at 60 FPS when we're in the screen.
17 for me.
Oh, damn it.
I think I have a
now it's up to 120 again.
bloatware that I need to dig up and delete.
Sarah?
Well, why did you download it? This'll
I didn't. It's all
this'll make my
stuff
computer
is
warmer.
Interesting
Ooh.
power. Did you know if you hold X, you can examine your weapon?
Oh, catch a lungful of that!
That's kind of cool. Oh, I was doing this in beta. Okay, yeah, I remember this now.
And, hey, I don't have a flashlight anymore. Instead, I can stab.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, is that the Krieger version?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's neat. Now you just need a gas mask and everything else. Hopefully they put that stuff out at some point cosmetically. I would love to be a giant Krieger if they would. I'm using a grenade launcher, so let's see if this sucks. I like bots though. They actually stay near you and do what they need to do.
And they don't take any ammunition.
Sometimes, yeah.
And of course.
Oh, that's a long delay. Alright, that's like 3 seconds. It's straight up killing people on impact. The Ogren can't stand up. I just keep knocking him down with the grenades.
Ow.
It's been 3 seconds. What are you doing, Chaser?
I'm taking on 3 Rangers.
Excuses, excuses.
I'm trying to get shots off, and they're all just constantly running in front of me.
Oh, I can't hurt myself with my grenades. That's nice.
I got nut. What the?
You were already low health, so I'm ready.
No, I got netted.
I actually didn't see the net person, so I'll pick you up.
You're a loyal one, big man.
I like how I do so much damage to things and someone else just one taps it. And it counts for their kill.
And I get. This game hates me. I'm dead.
I like that it kind of RPGs, like, it's kind of great.
I knew I shouldn't have swapped that.
Why, is it weak or something, or you just aren't
It
very
can
good
be.
with it?
It's a charge shot.
Oh, boo.
I mean, you can rapid fire it, but so it's weaker, or you can focus, or you can charge it to field.
Oh, so it literally is the flashlight, yeah. That's the classic flashlight.
Yeah.
Because that's the standard issue las
heading
guns
your
that
way.
they give them. Oh, don't worry, I got grenades.
I'm in that little side alcove to your right.
Yeah, it shows you through the walls.
You got a heavy gunner there, though.
You know I'm an Ogren, right?
Yes.
Heavy gunners don't do nothing to me. They just kind of just make me wish I was faster by like 1%. Yeah, some dude mansplaining to me how to be an ogre and everything, and it made me laugh. By the end of the game, I had 2,000 kills. And he's like, you need to pull your weight. I'm like, I am pulling my weight. It's Infinite Horde.
There's a fatty.
I'm not fat, I'm big bone.
Talk about the sheep.
Talk about what?
Let's talk about the sheep in the game that I'm playing with Sarah, who's gone AFK.
Apologies for my absence. One of my dogs was acting like he would die if you didn't go outside immediately.
They always act like that.
Mine didn't. We literally went to the bathroom at the same exact time. Yeah, I take her out and then I pee.
He saw something out the window that he desperately wanted to go
he's like,
barking.
I want that. Oh, this grenade launcher rocks. It's the Thumper. They just enlarged the Thumper.
Wow. I get it.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that guy back there. I'm up at the front.
I know you're all power rushing through, not worrying about what's coming at us from behind.
No, I'm taking the front because I'm the Ogren. I was like 20 feet from you.
Oh, none of anybody's watching their back. I wasn't watching the back.
I split them in half.
Should have said you needed ammo.
I just got ammo, so I'm okay. Wait, that person can have a flamethrower? That's unfair. Why can't Ogren have flamethrower?
I can have a flamethrower and a bolter.
Which is cool. Alright, the ranged dudes are about to push me off the map. Why is no one shooting them?
I'm trying to.
Not you, I just meant like literally they just kept shoving me towards the edge of the map. I was about to fall off.
Sarah, your dudes are after me.
It's cool, I'll just lay here.
I don't know what I did to upset
I miss
them,
being
but
able to
my
fight when you were
kill
down.
them.
You hit them with a stick, I saw it.
Ow, now I'm down.
I got you.
No, it's best part of these. I don't like this gun. I mean, it's a fun gun.
Yeah, just do the light shots, I suppose. Just put like 3 in every target and you'll
So
be
are they
fine, I guess.
Okay with me now? Okay.
Rather than charge it up. Only because of how much crap's going on.
Well, that and the sights are absolutely abysmal. And it's glitched on me again. I cannot shoot. Yay.
Damn. Why does it look like something I'm doing? Damn, down again. I wonder what Celestine was doing over there. Well, have fun, Victor. Because now he's after you.
Nope, and I got trapped. Fuck.
Well, we lose then. So Victor's
No.
definitely gonna die.
Yeah, this gun is very goddamn finicky. I can't.
There we go. That's fine. That just means you can change your gun to something. The other one you like.
Yeah, I think we didn't dismantle it.
What do you mean, nice team? I was doing all the work. See how many kills I got. That's the only number that matters.
Where is it? Is it tied to kills?
Yeah, at the end, you wait a second after it gives you all your XP and stuff like that, and then usually it tells you where it says you have failed the Emperor. So maybe it's not going to tell us because of that we failed.
You have failed the Emperor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, that means.
All right.
I guess you have to win in order for it to show you.
Mm.
I got a bunch of kills. I don't like this gun that much though, so I'm gonna swap off of it. Like the grenades are fun.
Oh, do we want to
but
try
fact that I have to
the
think
portal
is
bitch?
annoying.
No.
Don't want to try it.
You sound Australian.
Be honest, try it. Should try her just see what happens.
I
but-
actually can be Australian if you'd like.
Yeah, sure.
No.
Let's see. Let's hear it. I don't think I've heard it yet.
I think that's it.
It sounded the same as the British. What is it? Scottish, just drunk Irish?
This is the Australian one.
It's a lot more upbeat. How do I sell my stuff? Or did you say you don't sell it, you dismantle it?
Yeah, you dismantle and it gives you back some of the funds.
Yeah, how do you do it?
Oh, did you get enough wool for this guy up here?
Click on it and hold X, yeah.
No.
I saw you were wearing wool armor though.
Got 2 latrine shovels.
Yo, Beard.
Yes.
One of the guys I game with, gun and. Let me double check the profile to make sure it's what I think it is.
If you invite them, they can play. If that's what you're trying to ask. I'm sure.
Yeah, I just gotta make sure it is who I think it is.
If you build it, they will come.
You would.
Not somebody I remember. I think it's one of the guys that. Who's it coming for? Okay, no, yeah, it is one of the guys from the 501st. You cool with me inviting him into the server?
I literally told you you could.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, as long as people are cool, it's all good. It's only if they're assholes that I'm like, ha ha ha, 3D, ban them. Or I think Sarah can ban as well.
I don't know if I would.
I
want-
cannot.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust her with power.
I
Remember what
can't
she did
ban
on
people for the
Wasteland?
most part. I can just kick them out of my channel.
She's just spawning and stuff willy-nilly,
Yeah, but that's different. That's,
teleporting around
that's
the
not
map.
a TeamSpeak channel. You can't teleport around TeamSpeak.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can swap channels.
Oh
You-
yeah.
You can't. You
Is that
can't
any
make a
different than teleporting?
tank. Yes, it is because you're not
My base was
teleporting around
40
a
kilometers away and was totally legit.
I thought it was 10k. Are you extending this story?
map.
It was 40.
Would you do combat log, but instead of logging, you just swapped over to your base?
What's up, Guts? Guts, meet Beard, BD,
I went through a dimensional
Dragon,
door and when I
Evial.
exited I was 40 kilometers away.
What? Wait, who has the robot speak?
That's our mute.
Evial. She's got severe social anxiety, and this is the only way she'll talk.
No,
That's
that's
not
fine.
true.
I get it. I was just like, it just completely fucking blindsided me.
Sarah's actually 3 spiders instead of a human suit, and they never learned how to imitate human speech.
I lost my vocal cords in Vietnam.
Which is crazy because she went there in 1994.
Ah, so George W. Bush got to her.
It was all those lady boys.
In Vietnam, they're like, "Oh, you're making a movie," and it was like,
I've been paid not to
I'm just
say
here
who
to
got
murder
to me.
people.
I've been paid. Chaser, you got room?
Yep.
Yeah,
He
it's
was
just me and
chasing
Beard.
confused farmers down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, stepped on a landmine in Cambodia, and here we are.
I'm not very high level. Also,
I
my
mean,
aim is kind of garbage.
It's fine. As long as you can run in a straight line and not get lost by yourself and fall off the map, you're fine.
The only time I fell off the map was because somebody decided to smack the explosive barrel next to me while I was on the edge.
That's fine. That's your.
I have no
still
idea
your
what
fault.
you're talking about.
All right.
No,
you
Chaser,
guys ready?
you think you're bad? Oof. God damn it, Claire. That's all I have to say.
Is not available for
Alright,
matchmaking.
Give me a second. I'm currently joining your party. It's loading.
Okay, that's what's
I think
going on.
it's what-
I was wondering, I'm like, it's saying not able. All right. So did I do all
Unfortunately,
my
it's really the
weapons?
servers that's been giving me issues. I just updated my graphics card and my monitor.
Oh no, whenever I was playing with Corvus and Infamous earlier
I was having
today,
long load times before the update today.
Yeah,
Today's-
no.
After that, it was faster.
Infamous was getting booted like every 20 minutes.
So what classes we got? We got an Ogren.
Yeah, you can play as whatever you want.
Oh, so we have 2 sharpshooters and an Ogren.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, it's a pretty decent timeline, you tell me.
Before we start up, let me check. If you guys wouldn't mind, let me check my penances. Because
The penitent man kneels before God.
The penitent man will pass.
But nobody remembers
Do I
fucking
get to bring out my quote
Indiana
document?
Jones? I mean, if you really want. I was just quoting Indiana Jones.
Don't forget, if you need to mess with your gear, you can also tear it up if you go to the temp.
Oh, I did it!
On the side. What?
Don't waste your
He
time.
did it.
Oh no! I'm so happy. It didn't show up. I got Pistolero's pants. 'Cause I was doing a weak spot.
Pistol what's?
Pistolero.
I don't know what that is.
It's one of the requirements. You need to hit 4 enemies in a weak spot without missing a shot.
Oh, good job.
Yeah.
Was that for the sharpshooter?
Yeah, for the sharpshooter.
Wait, why does
So
it
what
say
you- what you do is you
you're
enter
level
focus
13?
stance. Yeah, so
but on my
you enter-
screen you're all level 7.
It automatically shows you they get matches everybody to your rank in your
That's dumb.
Yeah,
Also,
no,
I
that's
have
why-
a fucking doppelganger.
You got a doppelganger. No, you're not in the same ship we are, or same server we are. Just
No,
yet.
not until after the match.
Okay, so you want me to search now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay.
For the record, we're doing tier 3s.
You'll be
Oh, I'm gonna get my ass fucked.
We only get fucked up if people don't know when to melee and when to shoot. If someone's shooting at me, shoot them. If I'm
here's the
meleeing
thing.
dudes,
Here's the
feel
thing.
free to shoot them too.
I've been dealing with an Ogren that kept getting in front of me, and it's very difficult
That's
to
what
shoot
we're
around an
supposed to
Ogren.
do. Yeah, that's your job to figure it out. We're there just to eat bullets and punch things in the face really hard with an axe, or
Yeah,
in this case, a
pants
shovel.
I'm wearing is a Pistolero.
Look, he thinks he's fancy because
Oh, I have this-
he
I
shot
have this.
something.
I did it with the
Did you
machine
put on
gun.
your good gun before we start this?
Yeah, I saw it over. I saw it back to my
Okay, because I was gonna make sure. Because when you...
The one that I have no idea how I'm ever going to get is the yeah,
the
have
bombardier?
100% accuracy
Oh,
and
the snub-
zero in your magazine at the end of the
So
mission.
you grab the snub pistol, the revolver, empty that out on all the big guys, and then just melee from then on.
That's what I was thinking was gonna have to happen. I was gonna use
You
an
just
auto
gotta
gun.
remember to occasionally reload and empty it out because of that stupid ass ability where you regen ammo for killing elites.
Ingenious enough in its way.
Oh, I didn't use. I don't have that.
It's one of your starter passives, dude.
Do I have to? What do I have to do? Is just not reload it.
No, you gotta shoot
you
them
have
out.
To, you
and
have
stuff.
to empty it out. You need 0 ammo.
Okay, so that makes me real slow.
So don't kill elites.
No.
Do a kill.
It's what you were. If you were a teammate kills an elite and you're in convergence area,
Oh, this thing kind of rocks. Yeah, my only issue is I've had a couple of groups that didn't know when to actually melee, and they would just sit there shooting dudes a foot from them. It's like, look, I get that you have a lot of ammo, but you really should get back to
Oh
stabbing.
fuck! Sorry guys, I just got nailed really bad. That was my bad. I should have been a little bit
They're
smarter
fine.
about that.
I'm literally just sitting here. Like, it's all good. As long as you guys stay somewhat close to me so I can regain my toughness.
Oh man, they're like
mine's
nailing
gone.
me. Fuck.
You like it.
No, I only like fucking
can't get-
this surprise. It's very obvious.
I'm sad that that barrel didn't explode.
You like it, don't you? You naughty boy.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be turned on or afraid.
Mostly afraid.
Get above.
Oh,
She might be small, but she's squirrely. Oh wait, what the fuck? I just turned my head and instantly got downed.
but I like him, Tony.
Oh, that was fun. What are you guys doing up there? I killed everything. Let's go, let's go. Pick me up.
Pushing.
You think the Ogrins would have one pickup themselves per match or something?
Damn it!
As long as you keep attempting to pick me up, it'll stop interrupting. Oh my god.
I tried so hard.
They're shooting us from below the grate.
I know what they're doing. That's why I was just like, you just keep trying. You'll keep delaying it.
Steering the sheep.
Oh damn! I think everyone's
I
down.
feel like if the
How much do you have?
Ooh shit! They saved me. I'm coming, Chaser.
He took a shit.
Oh, we have enough to hire. Here. I don't know if I can hire.
I'm dead.
Last time oh, there he is.
I tried to save you, Chaser.
I like how there's nothing tying my hands up here.
Yeah, it's because Ogrins are very good at listening to what they're told.
Oh yeah, they said take the hill, so I took the hill. Then they got mad at me that I kept staying on the hill and killing all the orcs.
If I am to die, I will make it count.
Bunch of crybabies.
Is that why you were wearing a red uniform?
Yep. I couldn't pick the smart Ogren option this time. During beta, I could pick to be a smart Ogren.
Well, my problem with the Ogrins is that they're all smart. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
they're all speaking full fucking sentences.
Oh yeah, sure. This one doesn't though. But I had him with this voice, so he sounds like an orc, and he also went to the military academy and all this other shit. So he basically went to officer school. And it was really funny. Oh, I'm gonna fucking die. Oh wait, shit, that's the wrong way.
So you're role playing a Russian.
Yeah, kind of.
So.
I'm sorry, I killed myself.
Chaser, have you ever heard my orc?
No.
Would you like to hear my orc?
I'm scared to hear your orc.
That's okay. We'll give you a good one. Come on, boys. That's okay that we lost. We'll just get them next time. We're crumping.
Got some tea and crumpets.
That's not tea and crumpets, you tosspot. It's crumping. You know, you take a big stick, you whack him on the head. That's a
Tea
crump.
and crumpets is my forte. Step off.
How you step to me, I'll step to you.
I
You
like
get
how
over
she's the biggest redneck here. She literally owns a deer, and she's saying she drinks tea.
There's nothing wrong with tea. I like tea.
I just want to see an orc.
Well, if a southern voice was an option, I would do it.
I mean, if you could find one, there's got to be. I imagine
Why don't you just
that's pretty
unmute?
US.
Just,
Wouldn't you what?
your southern voice.
I don't have a southern accent.
I know you don't have a southern accent, but it's fun if your other thing does.
I actually got kicked out of once upon a time got kicked out of my game shop for announcing an orc player's WOG.
Well, that's what you get for being obnoxious.
Well, no, he looked at me, he's like, do the thing.
Do the thing. Oh,
and I was like, I probably shouldn't do that because my roommates are sleeping, but you know.
Your roommates are sleeping?
Imagine having roommates that sleep. Disgusting.
Yeah, imagine
I have
having
5 of
roommates.
them. Because I'm a poor person.
We're all poor here. Alright,
No, I bet
I don't
your card
really
works.
have anything else. I mean,
The
that's just
only
5
roommates I have is Jesus within my heart.
There is no Jesus, there is only Zoom.
You live at home with your parents, Sarah. Shut up.
We all live with our parents.
No, I don't.
Except for Dragon, who lives on the U.S. Navy's teat.
They aren't roommates though, so my point still stands.
Yeah, that is true. You kind of have free reign from the sound of it. Well, be less disabled next time.
I do not live on the U.S. Navy.
Is that just how God responds? Be less disabled.
The teat is dry.
I mean, all right, you got your sign-on bonus. I never got mine, so you're already doing better than I
No,
did.
they're taking it.
They can't take your sign-on bonus.
Also, by the way, you said
They
you
are.
Gun.
No, you already did your time up to the point where you got the full bonus. They literally
Sarah,
cannot take
I'm gonna
it.
do it.
You completed.
Yes, they can, because this contract I signed, my enlistment bonus was part of my nuke contract, and due to the fact that I'm no longer a nuke, they are taking it back.
That's illegal as shit because
There,
you
I'm gonna do
completed
it,
the
we're
bit
gonna
they
die.
wanted you to
All
complete
gonna die.
to get the full amount. Once you get the full amount, that's
Ready?
the full amount. Like they can't take it.
Give me 10 seconds. I'm good.
That's
They
illegal
can't-
as
they are.
shit. That's what I'm saying.
Because
They
it was
are,
written in
but
my
it's
contract
illegal.
that way.
That's so shit. Yeah, mine. They ended up having it on the paper
So
copy.
yeah,
I
I'm getting.
I had
I'm
35,000.
done with the fucking Navy. I may still be in it. I may still be getting paid
You're
in the
quite
Navy, but I'm done. I'm checked out. I am going to be here. I'm going to be a buddy, but I'm not going to participate. I'm done.
Welcome to the E4 life. Nice to have you, buddy. You're now a specialist in the army. Now let's find a spot to take a nap. What was I saying though? Yeah, I had a $35,000 bonus that was supposed to kick in, and it was on the paper contract. But when they swapped it over to the digital side, apparently none of that carried over, and there was no way for me to check because it all looked right, you know, as far as the paper contract that I actually physically signed. And this was when they were first moving over to the digital shit. So they moved it to the digital side and didn't add any of the stuff. So I didn't have the place I was supposed to go didn't happen. The $35,000 never happened.
Sarah, he's
Plus, I was
flying.
supposed to get an extra $5,000 for quick ship, which means I just picked the first job that would let me get out of my house. Yeah, none of that happened, and I was a very sad poor boy.
I found an ogre named Bonk.
All right, we ready to go?
But I got a question for you. How old are you?
Me, I'm 30.
Somebody who's actually older than me is so weird.
I mean, almost everyone
Guts,
here's
I'm
so
older
kinda
than you.
older than you. Yeah.
Hey, goddamn kids.
Yeah, he's like
No,
31.
I'm usually surrounded by 19-year-olds. So
Well, that's your fault. Stop hunting at schools.
That's why you're in Cyclone, dude.
I'm not in Cyclone, you
I get older and they stay
no,
the
you're not
same.
like, yeah, sorry, I saw Cyclone. But let me double check the Discord.
I'm Blanche 1-1, you fuck.
Tell you, we wore a ton upon our belt as was the style of the time.
Although
That's
I probably
about when
won't be for
MySpace
much
came out.
longer. Because I'm getting, like, my internet's stable enough to play stuff like this, but it keeps kicking me out of fucking Arma for some reason.
My,
It's because you gotta
on the
verify your
servers.
files. And then, yeah, I was gonna say, then it's server side.
It's servers. They're doing so much shit mods.
You're inbound to manufacture
Yeah,
until
it's fucking
1736,
me
where
up
the
with this
Heretics
shit,
have
isn't
taken
it?
the
It's
primary
just-
smelter offline. There's talk of a demonic intrusion.
So we have 2 Ocarins and 2 Sharpshooters.
It'll probably run really good that way, though. As long as me and him have each other's back. Look at his
Are
piggy
next to
face.
each other, like, you'll just keep smashing.
Hey, Guts, what kind of
Then
army
you and I would
you
just have
doing?
to pick off the outliers.
Wait, what kind of army are you doing when you are Arma? That is.
So, Clone Wars.
Yeah, that's what I was saying we wanted to do, but we never got around to it because Jay never did anything with it.
Yeah. Well, last thing we did was,
What's your primary,
and
Jason?
Beard wasn't here for that, was Prairie Fire again.
Yeah, no, you guys keep doing it when I'm not off of work, and it makes me sad.
Good though. I was running. They finally got they patched it so the flechette works in the sauna 40 mil.
Ah,
I have my sidearm
nice.
now, going around Vietnam with a 40mm shotgun pistol.
Full of metal darts.
Basically, what you're
I've actually seen a picture of a guy with one of the flechettes stuck in his face. It was really funny. He wasn't dead, but you know, it was like halfway in his cheekbone. Like he had a bad day.
Yeah, I'm using the hardcore.
I'm pretty sure he was a friendly too.
Yep.
Alright, we're definitely not ready for that. Did we lose the archer?
Yes.
Oh well. we're definitely not ready for that.
I mean, I'm double tapping everything.
It's got a very high
Well, I'm gonna go
rate of
play with
fire.
Spider set.
It's semi-auto. Very good
Wanna
save
go
position.
play Spider with me?
I need a toggle crouch.
Up above, up above. Guys.
Oh, we lost an Ogre. Boo.
You were saying, there's an ogre now.
Okay, cool. Wait, where?
What do you think we're shooting?
No, I'm fighting it. I thought I was talking about the Ogre and teammate. It's gone.
Oh. Yeah, we lost that. In exchange, we got a plague ogre.
Oh, there's two of them. That's fun. Alright, that wasn't even my fault. There's like 9 dudes banging on me while y'all are doing whatever you're doing. I can't hear over the whatever's going on.
Sounds like you're passing a kidney stone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like he's getting kicked in the dick, to be honest.
You can ask. Well, I mean, I don't know how long it's been since you've been in an op with me, Chaser, but I tend to learn.
Dude, last time I attempted an avalanche on op was whenever I got DC'd right in front of an NCT.
Hey, we got a new Ogre. And he's down. Ah, cool. I don't know what this mission was, but that's a lot of big stuff.
This is an endless horde, I believe.
Yeah, endless horde with fucking.
Well, I didn't pick it. I quick matched it, so my bad. He crashed just to come back and instantly get down.
I hope they actually give full face fucking helmets.
To who?
For fucking lack of a better term, everybody.
I was gonna say, because I'm pretty sure veterans get the full face helmets, like the guard helmets. And
No,
they talked about putting out the Krieg set as well at one point. So I don't know if they're actually gonna do that, but I hope they do. As long as people don't start role playing as fucking Germans, I'm okay with it.
It's okay. We will be wonderful and we will murder them.
But there are people, like when I play what's that game?
Guts, you'd make
3D?
Maurice proud.
Huh?
I think you'd make Maurice proud.
3D, what's that game we like to play? Is it Postscriptum or Hell Let Loose, where the people are constantly doing the full-on I'm a fucking Nazi and I'm role-playing as a Nazi?
There is a fine difference between being a Nazi and just being superior.
Well, there's having the German accent and being funny, but then there's you like kill all the Jews and it's just like you're disgusting
Dude,
and I want to
hate
ban
that,
your
dude.
ass.
Just do what I just did. Like it was great.
Be funny, but don't be full on like I'm a Nazi, because then it's disgusting.
You're alluding to being like those jokes, you know, like
Yeah.
the whole superior remark. You're alluding to it. You're not.
But you're not being an actual Nazi.
Yeah, you're not going. Oh, look at me. Hey, have you seen Kyle? He's about this tall. Like, don't
Hey
do that.
Kyle, he knows your name. Oh, he's not here.
Oh.
Oh, it's no fun when he's not here. Alright,
Oh,
if you guys are
goddamn
ready
it.
for
Fuck you,
another one.
Waffle. Fuck you. I almost fucking snorted out beer. Ugh.
Ew.
Just that
Drinking,
side.
huh? Oh, you drinking already, Guts?
Bro, I've been drinking. I've been drinking Mad Dog 2020. What you talking about?
That's why I
the
haven't
poor
seen you on
man's
server.
liquor.
Yeah, it cost me $3 at the gas station. That's like fucking.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't do anything to me, which makes me sad. Because it does two things to people. Either it tastes good and doesn't do anything to you, or it gets you fucked up. And I was not the one that gets fucked up, so it wasn't that fun.
Well, the thing is like my tolerance is hard liquor, so I can drink hard liquor all fucking day. And the funny thing is like beer, shit like Mad Dog, like that shit's what fucks me up.
Mad Dog is liquor.
Yeah, but liquor, it's like.
But Mad Dog's made to mess up everybody, so.
Yeah. And I'm currently trying to kill like a lot of the beer that we have in the house because we literally have an entire tower of like 6-packs.
I found the edge of the map, Sarah.
Well, if you
We
use
have
them
3
as meal
sharpshooters and an
replacers,
auger.
it'd be fine. That'll
one
be-
sharpshooter has a shotgun. I think.
Like
we're
I said, as long as
got
people know when to
long-range
melee and
marksman,
when to...
mid-range with
That's what I was
the
going to say.
solo.
As long as they know what range to do things, they'll be fine.
Well, I'm trying to get used to like the designing. I'm trying to shove and do heavies.
It's not even about stuff like that. It's more like knowing when to shoot and knowing when to pull out your melee shit. And a lot of guys don't do it right, or they run away like little pansy asses, and I get stuck there in a crowd getting hit in the back and the front.
Here's the thing though, Beard, is like I won't leave you, and sometimes that might be to my detriment.
Yeah, but that's a good thing, because you'll give me a toughness bonus. As long as I can keep my toughness up, I can't lose health.
You are shooting at me!
I'm installing the Dark Tide right now. I'm
crap,
showing you
Brim-
guys
Oh, you can be up
whenever
Watch your jump down in here.
the Dark Tides. But I am on Hotel Wi-Fi, so I don't know how long
You'll
this
probably
is
be
gonna
fine.
take.
Modern hotels have been pretty good lately.
Whatever you do, don't buy the porn that's on hotel Wi-Fi or hotel TV. It's terrible.
You guys just left me with. Oh boy.
Jump down, jump
We
down,
didn't
jump down.
leave you. Just jump down. Yeah, just push your way through. Or walk behind you.
Pussy, I don't
Walk
run.
behind you. You don't have to run. Walk behind you. There's literally a spot to jump down right behind you. You just have to walk 10 feet this way.
No, it was because like
At
I thought there
current
was more
download
of them, and I
speeds-
actually didn't even suffer that much.
At current download speeds, Dark Tide will done be downloaded in 2.5 hours.
Oh, I'll be done by then.
Hey, sir, I think somebody's about to explode next to you. Oh, it's a fire guy.
It's already 2 a.m.
Hey, sir, I'm coming!
I mean, I could do at least one match with you. How about that? Great, I'll stay on long enough to do one.
You think
I
you
got
can
this.
stop me?
Aw.
And it might just be grievous.
Fighters,
Oh, come on. The sword absolutely blows. When this was using it, he was godly with it. When I'm trying to just...
I know. I'm a hero. And who blew me up again?
Incendiary guy. Take that.
That's what I
Ammo tin,
mean.
whoever
Where
needs
is he?
it.
So I can kill him.
Bring in the flame.
I'm gonna burn through ammo later on, not immediately.
Eat it.
There he is. I've been looking for you.
It is done. We stand triumphant.
I'm sad. I wanted to kill him.
You guys keep passing up a lot of chests and shit.
Access to the next district.
If I don't see him, I don't pick him up. But I usually take the roundabout ways to find them.
Ready to burn.
There is no escape for the heretic.
Hi.
Not even here.
Let's run. This
Right.
guy kind of rocks.
Your shovel is
years.
bigger than my chest.
Well, that's what you get for being small.
Back memories. None of them
I'm sure
Actually,
the women tell you the
I
same
humans
thing.
on the taller side.
I made my ogre the shortest he could be, so it's not saying much.
We need to find a power cell.
Yeah, it's around. More grenades. Make sure you guys are actually wasting out your grenades and stuff, 'cause I'm always finding
Oh,
grenades.
I eat.
I love doing that. Run through the crowd, then melee my way back through.
Remember whenever I said I'd be burning through my ammo? I've been burning through
The
it.
other thing I've been trying to do is get 3 kills off of a grenade without it bouncing.
Yeah, there's actually an area here where we can attempt it.
How do you do that anyway?
You gotta lob it high. Ooh, Trapper, trapper, trapper! Ow! Owie. Owie. Hey, don't forget, left wall strafing left and right, tap your spacebar.
I know.
You have to dodge. What a loser.
They didn't even hit me.
I'm still trying to find that power source real quick, though. Oh, it's right here. It was like almost right next to the damn thing. You guys are blind. I thought you already looked over here.
I didn't. Why did you guys look? Regroup.
Alright, well, I got a bird coming in, so. Oh, you think you could throw me? Oh, fuck. Throw me again. Throw me again, see what happens. Yeah. You don't have to LARP or it's okay, you're safe.
Go into it.
It's what beer does to you, kids. It makes you aggressive in video games.
I beat up my Auburn, I turned him into a fucking pancake.
It makes you, what is it called? It gives you beer muscles.
It does give you beer muscles because once upon a time, me and my friend got in an argument. It was not a good argument. During 4th of July, out in Sauce. And needless to say, I discovered that I can throw a man 6 feet into a pickup truck like a sack of potatoes. Oh, help! Help!
Oh, sorry. I was distracted.
Another dog. Got it. Get off him.
Okay.
Hey, it's not as bad as what I was earlier when I was playing with my friends before they went to bed. I was literally talking like this the entire time, giving the business.
You're a method actor. That's all it is. I think Robert Downey Jr. did it better, though.
I'm a dude playing a dude as close as another dude.
Except less British.
Yeah, I know. What unit were you in? You can suck my unit.
Supposed to be a unit. Actually, that's why the server's called the Lincoln Osiris Memorial Society. Because that was the character's name from Tropic Thunder.
Dude, you know what? Like, I had a nice giggle the other day.
Oh, you're an enemy. My bad. There you go.
I had a nice giggle.
I thought he was a friendly. So I was like, oh, look at him. He's giving me a wave.
Because somebody got offended that I see no reason to blackface, and I was like,
It's literally addressed in the movie.
yeah, it's like...
It's supposed to be that way.
That is a person who missed the point of the movie.
Yeah.
Given that the whole
But
point
they
is
were
satirizing
offended
how
14 years later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hasn't been that long.
I mean, that's the whole point. The whole point is Robert Downey Jr.'s actors specifically
To mock method actors.
It's specifically mocking method actors and how the screwed up visions that Hollywood produces. That's why the young and experienced actor is the only reasonable person in the entire group. Because he's not in the bubble, right? He's the only person who actually read the script. He's the only one who's not generally full of shit. And that's kind of often that's on purpose. That's why, like, you know, when he goes to get him out, and then the whole dude pretending to be dressed as a dude pretending to be another dude scene, and then he gets faked out, and then he freaks out and goes back into his Australian accent. Like, that's the whole point, is that he's full of shit and he's crazy. We should. I mean, that was the.
I should have hit him with the axe. That was my bad.
That was like the behind the scenes.
But I killed him.
shit,
It's all
too.
good. Yeah, it was one of the best
really
scenes.
Like firing this
It's
fucking
kind of
thing.
like
I have a lot of fun. That's the reason why.
who's the method actor from? Was it Fury? Shia LaBeouf or whoever
Shia
that
LaBeouf
wasn't showering?
Yeah, he wasn't showering.
Yeah, fucking method acting is fucking gross.
What was that?
Oh, that's the other thing. Method acting will get you killed. Look at Heath Ledger.
He also converted to Christianity because of
Nah,
that
he
role.
wasn't that bad. Well, that's true. Yeah.
No, that's
but
why
Christianity's
he
a
died.
cult. No, he died because he was depressed. It's not necessarily because of the Joker.
I'm trying to remember which well-known actor had ran into a method actor. No, I just do this thing where I pretend to be that person when the cameras are on.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I would do.
I just do
Like,
this thing called acting.
like maybe practice acting, but I wouldn't method act. Method acting. is
Here, ammo.
Oh, finally. Where? Did you mark it?
Mark. It's mark.
Oh, now I see it. Sorry, it vanished for a second there. Thank God. I can have more than 3
Hey,
rounds.
you know, at least I haven't embraced my full Power Ranger and went, hey, sick, yeah!
I like how you said earlier, my roommates are sleeping. Immediately starts yelling.
Hey, C2.
I mean, I hear them playing.
Finish putting the fire out.
What?
Oops.
I can only assume that since there was a deep fried turkey, there was a horrible fire alarm. Both disappointing and good.
Damn, let me give you guys stuff to hit.
Oh, I thought you were saying California was on fire again.
Again?
California's always on fire. What do you mean again? It never goes out. It only
God
smolders
fucking
until summer.
damn it, you plebeian!
It's not fire. No, we're just smoldering until summer.
Imagine waiting that long.
There's so many people coming to get their heads lopped off.
Yeah, I hope Fire Season.
Oh, hi, Heather Gunner. Just
Living
straight
in a
bullying
valley
this guy.
surrounded by forests. I'm kind of tired of inhaling this.
I feel like the
What do you mean?
time the one's the most damage.
I love that they let them be ragdoll in this game. I really wish Call of Duty would do this amount of ragdoll.
You make a glaive, Sarah.
Is the red guy the one always the one killing you?
Yeah, fucking red guy, man. You too? Yeah, let's go kill that guy. Yeah, let's get him.
He got me once.
Once.
Come on.
Oh, they made more episodes
no
about
one backed me up, I can
2042,
tell
and
you.
that shit's so funny. Where it's all about how broken the fucking game is and shit. It makes me sad they skipped Battlefield 1 completely, though.
I think so. But the license, yeah, everything.
Well, I don't think they need license because it is a fan product and fair use, you know. Plus, one of their knives actually ended up in one of the games, so it kind of seems rude.
You got it, I'll cover you, since no one else is covering me.
Oh, I'm sorry that I'm sitting here holding all the enemy's hands and singing Kumbaya. Oh, wait, one more. Wait, do I really have 299 health and not 300? Ooh. Yeah.
For the record, I'm down to a mag and 16.
What's it like being lame? Alright, where are we going?
What do you think's been guns blazing this entire goddamn time?
I'm not mad about it. Alright.
C2 scanning negative.
I heard a word. Oh, why'd you hear grips?
I heard it. I heard the scanner running.
Sound like a weapon.
Well, when you run out of ammo, you can come hang out with me down
Need to
here.
grab grimoires.
We're dancing.
This
isn't a
just remember,
grimoire
grabbing
mission.
grimoires will reduce your maximum HP. Ooh.
Maximum HP. I don't have even minimum HP. Who's a flare gun?
Ready in crowd control.
Remember, if you sprint and slide, they have less effect on you.
To the bomber.
That axe is a beautifully overpowered weapon.
Oh yeah, no, this thing's fucking stupid.
Hey Guts, did you know if you hold X you can examine your weapon? Hold X.
Like that fucking uppercut him after his
Right mouse around.
Wait, just a question of when it catches up with us.
By the way, hey, you see the sword?
Dump it first.
Our sword.
Yeah, I don't have any of that.
Mostly dude, since Thanksgiving is
More of a chance.
tucked away.
I got one too.
That's what I'm waiting to get is a chainsaw.
About level 13.
I already heard it in a store here. Oh no.
Well, they don't really make Thanksgiving music, so there's like that one lady talking about beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes. Yeah.
No dog is fucking my butt!
I can't hear. What'd you say? Yeah.
Sorry.
I have no idea what the fuck he said. But they don't really make Thanksgiving songs, so I guess it makes sense that they would have a Christmas playlist.
This game brings out like my fucking teenage self.
Who lives higher up in
Teenage self is apparently a lot of consonants banging against each other like rocks.
We had no playlist at my Thanksgiving. We just watched The Avengers.
See, that's a Thanksgiving movie. Because we're thankful they stopped the snap. Or Save New York, depending on which Avengers you were watching. Or killed Thanos. That was a good Avengers movie too.
You know, they could have killed Thanos.
You
a
know
lot
what's
faster,
actually a
maybe.
Thanksgiving movie?
What?
The first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie.
That is a Thanksgiving movie.
I can't get to the Grimoire. One of you guys want to come over here?
Hey, don't touch this. Let Furnister use this medikit machine.
I'm too big and it won't let me get it.
You got it?
We actually can't. I
There's got to be a way to get there. You just
I
gotta jump
grabbed it,
harder.
but so there's a med pack back there. So
Well, there was a
I
Grimoire.
got
Someone
that.
else picked it up.
Got it.
Oh, I wanted it. Bull.
Alright, looks like Furnister got it.
Furniture got what? The med pack?
What, y'all eat up
No,
all
the
the
Medicaid
freaking
stick.
health? Bunch of dicks.
There's only one charge.
What kind of med pack thingy only has one charge?
Trapper, trapper, trapper!
Yeah, you know, and they could have been used on, you know, people that have grimoires and shit.
Not your fault. You picked it up.
Well, it
have my
affects the whole
high
party.
school friend just now, who I, you know, haven't actually seen since high school, but you know, we play Tarkov and Project Soundblade with every now and then.
I don't play Tarkov
And
anymore.
you pointed out, like, yeah, it'd be great to see you when you come by. I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm like,
Jason, behind you.
Thinking about it, haven't seen each other since high school. That was 5.5 years ago now.
I'm old!
Last time I had one of those conversations, I got a movie picture.
Oh, you stole the kill somehow, even though I'm the one that lopped his fucking head off.
Yes, in particular, one hit in the frame.
You know what?
That was fun reconnecting.
Here,
Fuckloads
that's
of
you.
ammo.
You're the lowest.
How do you know how much ammo I got?
You see those little bullet markers next to our names?
They have different colors depending on which.
Yeah, yours just went white.
I didn't know that.
So, like, if you look at my name, what's theirs?
Oh yeah, I see it now. You're orange. Or yellow.
Okay, let me find the ammo.
Your character is like, what's your grade? Stealing. Oh, ammo.
Look, I was told to pick it up. And then
Oh,
your character
that's
told me
yelling
not
at-
to.
that's yelling
No,
at
I know.
Dutch's character.
These poor melee guys. They're like, we're gonna beat their ass so hard, then I come out with my shovel of doom. I'm gonna start calling it kindness. Gang style, bitch. Oh, that uppercut killed the shit out of that guy.
Man, I still cannot fucking kill 3 of them with one fucking grenade.
Three what? What do you have to kill 3 of?
Yeah, you just 3 enemies.
Just
Yeah,
run
we
into
have
a
to kill
crowd
3
of them,
enemies
throw a
without
grenade
bashing
straight
grenades.
down. Yeah, just throw it straight down.
No, it still bounces.
It
Well,
cannot bounce.
Well then, see a crowd of enemies in the distance and chuck it at them and make it explode in the air. Fucking sniper, shoot him. Instead of right
Like,
fucking
I'm
there.
aiming it right now.
Prime grenades.
You can't. I got him.
Oh yeah, then freaking prep the grenade and just hold it down until the
can't
last
cook it.
second.
You cannot cook it.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah,
said
the
you
grenades
can.
don't. Watch it. I actually ignited that barrel.
I'll be fine. See? I'm an ogre.
What you gotta do, it's a timed fuse as soon as you let it go.
Well, that's what I mean. So
you
calculate it,
have
throw it
to-
into a crowd.
Yeah, you gotta just, you
So
know.
basically air bursts.
Yep.
Well, but every time I get
Straight up
close to...
throw it.
No, you gotta be like in the 20
You guys
area.
gotta shoot the guys with the guns. They're fucking me up. There's dudes with guns like right there. Shoot the shit out of them.
Man, these guys all have fucking armor, so it didn't matter anyway. That's whatever. I'm never gonna get it anyway.
Not that attitude.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not that hard. There's literally crowds of enemies that don't move until you see them or shoot at them or what have you. So you can literally see them, be like, "Oh look," and then chuck a
Yeah,
grenade at
but
them.
not if everybody charges into him such aggro.
Well, that's why I said you get in front of them a little bit. Once you know the maps better, you'll be able to do it. I was doing that earlier with that grenade launcher I was trying out. Just running ahead slightly, and then, oh look, a crowded dude, and just lobbing my grenades into them.
You guys got that right.
No, I just keep getting
All
shot.
right, we have super ghetto storage.
I have no toughness! But I don't care, because you can't have my Ogren.
At least I smell the best. Or you stink.
I'm the Ogren that showers.
Exactly. Unlike you pores, I can afford showers.
How come we never get to see any of this special issue ammo?
Yeah.
Here's a bit of ammo.
Do what?
Nothing says
Your ammo counters the yellow.
I need health.
Okay.
I don't need ammo.
There's a Medicaid station up ahead.
You would want Medicaid.
Oh, we gotta purge the chunk of this corruption.
Yeah, Chaser and I really are pretty fucked up.
Disable the command relay.
Good evening, sir. Have you met my axe? Its name is Conversation. That was a great conversation we just had.
Grenade! Who wants a grenade?
Oh, thank God. Give me the health, mates.
Oh, this is the one where we gotta...
Didn't fix my corruption.
No, that's because you're carrying a Grimoire.
I don't. I'm not carrying a Grimoire. One of you fuckers are filthy nerds.
Guts is.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. It's bullshit that it affects me, though. It should only affect you and your smelly ass.
Horse isn't smelly.
All I hear is squish.
Hey, one of them's running away.
Who's running away?
One of the,
Oh, yeah, so let me carry the ammo. You guys cover me. I can sprint with it. It's heavy. Alright, cool.
You can also throw the ammo, too, you know.
Well, yeah, but I'm also fast as shit, so it doesn't matter. I'm actually literally able to sprint.
I'm alone.
See ya. Oh, it made me drop it.
Beard.
I'm coming. There you go.
Fuck off, you poxwalker piece of shit!
Are you still installing it, by the way, Dragonlight? We're not really, here we go. Alright, now I can run. So yeah, just chuck them down to here and I'll grab and sprint. Oh man, they are really
I have
determined
no grenades
not to
left in
let
a
me do
situation
this.
that would be very good for I'm down. I am literally certain. If I die, we lose the Grimoire.
Which means we will get our health back.
And not get the money.
Fuck. Well, I'm like 20 feet from you guys.
I got you.
Well, you might want to hurry. There's 3 of them beating my ass.
Yes.
I don't see you on the map.
Yeah, the grenade guy just keeps chucking grenades at me. So you
I
got
will
about
eat this
10
fire.
seconds.
Get up.
Thank you.
Weird. Okay.
Thank you. Wait. There we go. Oh, so they changed it so now if you get hurt, you automatically drop the ammo, which is fucking stupid, in my opinion. I'm an Ogren. You think I can't hold something beyond on fire at the same time? Or take a punch?
Chaser.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, hi.
Thank you. Did you... Where'd the last one? I thought I saw one of you holding the ammo. Okay, I'm gonna go get it.
Hey, so before we start pulling those ammo,
Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Uh-oh. Oh, no.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. You don't have to scream about it. It's just a dog.
I'm a cat person.
Oh, you got
You
it.
missed, fuck boy.
all right, hey guys, before you pull up, group up.
Help me.
Okay, I'll do it back over at the thing.
Alright, I'll do it back over underneath where Tartarus is. Or Terrorist.
Why is this like everybody I have talked to has called me Tartarus?
Because I'm used to Halo.
How are you?
And Myth.
Anything good?
No.
Group up on Beard really quickly.
Do what?
Group up on the Ogre.
Okay, I'm coming. Make it a little easier on you. What are we grouping
I
up
forgot
for?
Furnister isn't with us.
Well, he's right here. Reload. Alright, start working your way backwards, I got you. And then you guys cover me.
Okay, actually, we're good to extract them.
Yep. That's why I was saying move back. I didn't think the bird was down yet. Alright, cool. Don't let me up.
You like
Somebody's in the way.
Yeah, no, jump. Jump. It's being weird.
No.
back up, guys.
Oh, my bad. I figured I was in the bird.
Darius, back up.
I'm in here, stupid.
Alright, Furnister, back up.
He's having fun. Maybe we could down him. It's funny.
You bastard. Doors back up. I'm the one in the back.
Actually, technically, you were in the front.
Nope.
The
Oh,
front
you're
of the
at the front
aircraft
plane.
is the front of
Yeah,
the fucking.
You're at the front of the Stormhawk.
No, my logic is superior.
Yes, the dumb logic is the dumb logic. Alright, so what are these little boxes here? Oh, never mind. That's
Yes.
What'd you get?
I have unlocked a
I want
bolt
to see how
gun.
many kills I got. Ah, finally. I want a bolt gun. Damn it, it didn't count my kills or deaths anymore. Boo!
Really?
What's the
no,
point?
I got mine, 920 kills.
It says I got 0 and 0. 0 kills, 0 deaths. Bullshit. I know I killed at least 1,000 dudes. Not to say I outkill you guys, but a lot of dudes like to come at me and I just keep hitting them with my shovel. It's not my fault they like to die.
No, that's perfect.
Wow. That's a lot of cum.
I just give them the shovel. They dig it.
Let's see, who is downloading it onto their Steam Deck?
Dragonlight.
Dragon?
Dragon, what's it at? Where'd you stop downloading? Dragon!
Did you sack out on us?
Well, he's also
Oh, I got a cutscene.
like on a phone. Oh, me too.
Huh? What?
There you are.
Did you fall asleep?
Are you downloading?
You don't look like much.
Yeah, the fucking internet speed here is only 4 megabytes per second.
That's
At
not
peak.
terrible.
We have various devices.
Yeah,
get a
but
full
the game
four-
is a
4
40
megs.
gigabyte
They make
game.
the difference
I get
between
2.
getting the job done
And this is my home.
and getting dead.
You get 2 down?
So learn what they're good
Yeah,
for
because
and learn how
the
to
fucking
use
place
them.
advertised free
Can you do that?
gigabit internet, except then it's actually shared between the entire apartment complex.
Wow, that's misleading.
To be honest, I don't
It
trust
is,
you.
which is why currently
I
they're
don't think
in.
you've got the brains to handle any of this gear.
Right now, we still have the same internet company.
Prove me wrong.
It's providing internet at the moment, but by the end of December, our new internet company should be installed. So, or have everything installed.
Conscious trifles. Achievement unlocked. Yeah, I was trying to ask how much longer it's saying. Because
It's
4
still
megs
saying
is great.
it was 2.5 hours. Now it's 2. You want to know how long
Oh,
it's
that's
been?
not so bad.
Half an hour.
That's accurate then. All right, cool. That's what I was wondering. Hey, I got the Heelys
If I owned it, I
again.
also would download it, but unfortunately I am poor.
Yeah, she's
want
a
it?
poor. She'll send you feet pics, I hear.
I don't care. I don't care about fucking feet pics.
It's a meme.
I would indeed play it if I had it.
Add me on Steam. Solve problem.
You can't
No
immediately
feet pics,
gift
though.
it to him. You have to wait 24 hours.
God, fucking titties from Sprinkles.
You forgot about that, Guts?
I don't.
Why can you not gift
Is that
games
really a
day
thing?
one? Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
You got PayPal? I don't give a
Oh,
fuck.
I just crashed straight to desktop.
I'm pretty sure she has PayPal. Wow, you lost connection. My whole game started lagging for a second there.
And I'm not being weird. It's just like this
It dropped
game's
down to
fucking
like
great,
30
and this game's
FPS.
fucking fun, and I want everybody to experience it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Space Hulk. I didn't play the new one when it came out, when they like enhanced edition or whatever the fuck it was. I was like,
Enhanced
fuck
edition
that.
fixed a lot of problems.
Sure, but I had already played it, so I was like, I'm good.
I didn't, because my friends all abandoned it when I was like, oh, this is kind of crap. I was like, but guys, we were having fun. Yeah, but it's kind of
Dude,
crap. But we
I
were
don't know what they
having fun.
did to the most recent. Like,
I just
update
played
to
through the
Enhanced
campaign
Edition.
once and I was
My
happy.
computer can't run it now.
Might have to run a compatibility thing.
I had to. I used to run it fine because I was in with like 3 to 4 guys. Had a full team. Sadly, I was the
were our
apothecary at the
fourth, weren't
time.
you? No, wait, then you weren't our fourth.
No, I was running with some public guys back
That's
when
what I
I
mean.
was.
I have 82 iron, Sarah. Are we trying to craft a full iron
You
set?
trying to pump some iron, boy?
I'm relaunching it now. In the meantime, I'm
Take
actually
your
gonna
time,
go get some alcohol.
Yeah,
don't think I picked
more
up,
drunk
I
people to
have
deal
to
with.
get the dog. I'm not gonna get drunk. Well,
I was kidding.
I try not to get drunk, but we'll see.
I'm getting drunk because
I am a
fuck you,
lightweight.
I have 5 days off.
It's called getting fired.
Ooh, I wonder if this stacks.
Bro, I took an entire month off without notice.
Alright,
Because of,
let me see
you know
if
what?
I can buy that new gun.
I will not be depressing and share that story. I'm making good choices.
Good job.
What is your instruction?
I saw it gave me a new gun. Oh, there it is. The Blastoon Mark III Grenadier Gauntlet. Alright, fuck yeah, I want to try that.
Oh, do Grenadier Gauntlet? So it comes with a melee.
But yeah, they all come with melees. Every one of my weapons have come with some kind of melee. Even the one that gave me the bitch slap, and the bitch slap is amazing. Yeah, like there's the uppercut for some weapons, and then there's a bitch slap for the others, where it literally makes a little down. So it sounds like I'm slapping someone in the face. And then it kills dudes on occasion, and it's really funny. It does 9 damage, so it doesn't really hurt them that much.
I need a stub revolver so I can.
Alright, while you're doing whatever you guys are doing, I want to go and test this thing out in the sim.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, join the party when you do. I'm going to jump in the sim real quick, try a new gun.
Yes, what?
Yeah, I want to do that with
What
my.
does it mean when it says finesse?
That's how fancy you are.
No, what game?
This game,
This
Shoot
game.
Two Fists, it's dexterity, but that doesn't mean anything, so... It's probably how fast you could draw it out and shit like that.
Well, because certain weapons have cleave versus others.
How much
have
armor do you
finesse.
have, Sarah?
If you're doing like that, the claw sword and the knife, those are finesse weapons.
Oh, I can melee, and then as it melees them in the face, it shoots around into
Only
their
claws.
face. Point blank.
And
Oh,
only
that's
claws?
awesome. All right,
What
I need a
gun?
Group.
Okay.
It's his hand.
My Grenadier Gauntlet.
Oh,
Yeah, no, they're great. Like, I love the fact that all of these weapons are like accurate. Fucking
Oh, boo.
40k
Okay,
weapons.
so
It
there's
doesn't-
iron boots here.
Like even these axes.
It's for like
me
individual
go to-
targets.
Let me go to the Psychanium really quick so I can
Yeah,
test
take your
out my
time. I'm
bolt.
gonna sim, like I said. Yeah, the melee's not bad. Though. It looks like I won't have to swap to my melee weapon as much.
Rapid fire and precise.
Or if it actually uses a round when it does that. Oh, it does. Okay.
What gun are you looking at that's rapid fire and precise?
Mark 5 auto gun.
Yeah, those things are actually pretty damn accurate. Especially if you can control the recoil.
I'm gonna grab it. Worst case scenario, I don't like it.
I mean, it's actually really good against armor targets.
Wow, this really doesn't do a lot of damage Alright. So it's good if I melee and then shoot them that way, or if I shoot them directly in the chest. That sucks for everything else. 293. 344.
So what are these? What are the lords symbol? Like, you got 90 of these.
That's your penance.
Yeah, what does it do?
I'm actually not sure. Ooh,
Also, from what I'm seeing, the restriction only applies to Steam digital gift cards and not games, though it's possible this is outdated information.
No, it does apply to gift cards.
Yeah, but
I
if you
host
just buy the
Breaking
game
Out
and
Denig-
gift it, it should be fine.
Kill 7 enemies with headshots within 10 seconds. I'm impressed with myself.
Damage, 80 damage.
Yeah, hey, that auto guns or whenever you want to
Your
do the.
inventory is full.
344.
Ooh. I can't wait to get the geared up tier ups.
Okay, so there's no reason to melee in any other way. In this one. Other than speed. Oh, I can charge attack it. Oh, that's cool. Alright, so this gun is the best gun right now.
So if I remember correctly, the grenades take
200
2 seconds to
heavy.
explode, so I need to
Jeez.
have enough distance to yeet it into a crowd for it to stay up for 3 seconds.
As a former achievement hunter, yes. Just be far as fuck away, see a crowd, and be like, haha! Oh wait, shit, I pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, you did.
I thought it said quit sim, but instead it quit the game. My bad. Wasn't paying attention.
5 enemies with the last round of your clip in a single mission on Malice Threat or higher.
Ew, it says clip. What are you gonna do with the
No
clipazine?
chest plate.
No chest
Yeah,
plates.
do you have iron? Because I don't have enough
Yes.
Only exposed titties.
iron in the top.
So what that means is I need a high-powered weapon with a
Yeah, it
with a
needs
low clip.
8 more. Or do you have iron ingots on you?
I made
Make sure
it.
it's a headshot.
Alright, so yeah, I won't have to use my melee weapon that much now. This thing kind of
Okay.
rocks, and it's blue.
Then I just need iron boots.
And I think it was like 1,000. Here, let me see. But it does over 400 or 300 to 400 per hit, depending on what I choose to do. It's fucking awesome.
And then I think we should go boating and look for some gold.
We should go boating.
But yeah, these grenades don't really work for AoE, which kind of sucks, but that's okay. I'm sure
I
I'll get
figured
over
it out.
What?
Guts, go to the Sicanium. Go to the Sicanium.
Which one's the Sicanium? Speak English, boy.
You're in the Sicanium.
We don't speak High Imperium here. I am not. I'm at the front entrance.
But don't get rid of armor that you don't use. Just give it
Go
to
to
our
the meat grinder?
NPCs.
Alright, let me invite you.
Yeah.
Where is...
Yeah. That works. Okay.
What'd you
What
do?
you're gonna want to do is after you make sure you're stocked up on grenades, you're gonna want to go turn around completely, like 180 degrees around. Go all the way to the marker. That's what you see on the ground. Equip your grenade. Aim up about a I want to say a 15 to 20 degree angle, and just tap your throw button.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you to do.
The marker?
Yeah.
Oh, it actually shatters enemy armor. Oh, nice, nice. So I'm gonna-
We'd have to go on.
Function terminated.
Look,
Oh,
if
Peter, you're streaming, right? You should go and show them, but I'm gonna let me leave the Sicanium first, then I'll join you.
Okay, they only
yeah, I already invited you, so whenever you come around here. I mean,
Yeah,
there's fuckloads
but
of grenades all over the
it's-
map. You'll be fine.
And you want to tap it, not hold, press and hold. So you got a blind throw instead of wait that aiming reticle.
It ain't hard to do. You just got to do it.
Yeah, you aim higher, like move further back, aim higher, and it'll detonate midair. No D&D tomorrow. I'm gonna drink it.
No, that was. I'm practicing it so it can actually happen.
Yeah.
This is one of those things though where I'm like, when did you start playing video games? Because it's the kind of shit we used to do in like Return to Castle Wolfenstein, and like every other game since, like Doom. Oh look, a bunch of enemies. Let me throw a grenade and make it explode directly in their faces. Like, that's old school gaming right there.
Yeah, but these grenades don't have the typical fucking timing, so bite me.
Nah. You just gotta get good. Go drink your get good juice. Alright, let me know when you invite him, Chaser, and then we can start.
Okay, nope. I have found out this is about...
So it's guts. It shouldn't take him.
It's about 15 meters.
Yeah, it shouldn't take guts long. He blows himself and everybody up.
No, the difference is that I blow myself and everybody up because I charged the tank with the C.
Oh, I thought he said I blow myself and everyone.
No, that's what everybody wants to do to me.
The fucking Mechanicum lady was talking, so I couldn't hear you.
Alright, I'm gonna go in boat.
Sorry, guys. Let me know when you're.
Yeah, I'm leaving this icon. Hang on, I gotta rub my eyes. There.
Don't do that.
I don't want to go to work tomorrow.
What's wrong with rubbing your eyes?
What's Doug's?
Well, if you rub your eyes, you can't see.
Well, yeah, that's why you stop rubbing them.
Shadow's playing Cyberpunk 2077. Duds is playing Hearts of Iron.
It's because Dud's a loser.
His actual name's Dadik. I call him Duds.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Dodds. I was like, I still have my
Oh man. There's a dog in the hotel. What will he do?
The hell
Oh, wait,
happened
I
to the
already
group?
know what he's doing.
So, Sarah,
What do
what's
you
the
mean?
direction
hump
we want
the
to drive?
door.
Kick me out.
No, it's weighted up.
I don't know.
I'll come north.
We only speak.
Alright, we're good?
Alright.
Yep, I joined.
So, the bolter is a goddamn elephant gun.
It slaps.
Oh yeah,
no,
especially
it slaps.
It's a bolter.
Gun.
Well, you have to remember, like, somebody was complaining, it only has 15 shots. It's the Godwin pattern. It's made for fucking humans, not space marines.
Yeah, it's made for you sissies. That means if I get a bolter, I'll actually be able to shoot it because I got shoulders made of fucking steel.
Yeah, but you also have a brain
unlike
made of
you.
peanuts.
No. You have a brain the size of a peanut.
You have a brain made of peanuts.
No, well that's even better. That means I can eat it. Duh. Fucking idiot. What are we doing
Like
now?
right now, I get to see an Ogren. Oh, Norm. See, I can't do it on Malice.
Oh, we're not doing Malice? Okay.
Like I can't.
I'm
Whoa,
gonna
no,
cancel
we
this
don't.
F10.
I just can't. I can't do it on Malice because I tested it with Malice just a moment ago, and even the Poxwalkers don't die. In
What? No.
grenade.
Hey, how do we leave this?
You hit escape, go to leave mission.
Uh-huh.
Alright. We're gonna pull out then.
Unfortunately, I'm probably gonna have to pull it off on a baby difficulty.
Nah, tier 2 works fine.
I was gonna say tier 2. You'll figure it out. You're a big boy. You said you're an adult. Counts.
I'm a fucking toddler that wears big boy pants.
Alright. Where you at?
I'm not talking about your fetishes.
Were you not ready yet?
Gross. I hate those people. Like, I know we know King Shane.
Hey, they're living their own life. You're not
I think you should
affected by
sail
it.
without me.
Alright.
I'm affected
Why?
by it for sure. Big Beard, why are we in the same lobby but not in the same group?
Because I left and you got yanked with me, I guess.
Yeah, like...
Well, join. Join or die.
Join or die.
Guess I'll die.
By the way, it's funny that I'm catching up to your level there, Chaser. You think you're so strong at level 16? Well, I'm half your brain. And I'm gonna kick your ass. They should have PvP, though, where you can kind of like practice on each other just to see how strong you are. Like duels. That'd be fun.
That would require this game to fix its bugs first.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean, in the future. In the future.
This game is still in beta.
No, I heard people are like, I hope they had Space Marines. I'm like, you do know this is a penal unit, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind enemy Space Marines is what most people have been talking about.
Chaos
Or
Marines, really?
like a Chaos Marine, like one Chaos Marine as a boss target, that would be fun. Oh, you could beat them. They're not that good. Half of them don't even wear helmets because they're dumbasses that are like, I'm so brave, then they get one-tapped by a fucking bolter or a lasgun. Sad shits.
All the shit I've seen
Or
of the Kriegsmarine
a Krieger,
to the
yeah, I was gonna
charge.
say just fucking bashing it, the fucking Chaos Marine's head in with a fucking shovel. All those millennia you've been fighting just to get wrecked by a clone. You sad shit. A clone that wants to die more than you do.
Fuck, that sounds
A
like
clone
us.
that
Oh,
will,
good.
like clowns that will kill their commissars because their commissar ordered a retreat.
Yeah, that's lame though. Instead, they just ignore it. At least that's my headcanon of it.
No, they butchered.
I'm pretty sure they actually did. Yeah.
Stronger than you lot.
Hey, Guts.
Wait and see.
You see the boulder? You see the boulder?
I am aware of the bolter.
Are you aware of this?
I'm aware of its burst fire and mag dome.
All right, let's go. Time to kill. All right, here's a group of guys. Hurry up and throw your grenade.
Hang on, there's more.
Hurry up. Made it bounce. Should have thrown it higher. Yeah, you did. You didn't even land near him. You throw like a baby.
Well, I can't fucking. I'm now just not gonna do anything against this group.
Who you calling baby?
If you want a baby, I'm gonna behave like one.
Google.
Oh no, I'm gonna be a little piss ants like, you. Well, now I won't help.
Oh, a little piss boy.
Yes, baby, what card? I don't know what they're doing.
You gonna shit in your pants? Maybe come a little?
What the fuck?
What?
Did you get downed?
No, him. He went.
Welcome to how military people talk. You'll learn.
If you not heard that fucking shit before?
No, because you guys are gonna baby him.
God damn it.
Oh.
No, it keeps hitting them, which means it's a bounce.
You gotta step back and get farther away.
Hey, dude, I was 15 meters. I just fucking tested it. Next
No.
Go slightly
Go
farther
20.
back and slow a little high. Throw a little higher.
Fuck. My only word I know is fuck.
Anyways.
Fuck.
Loading.
Oh yeah, so I wonder if Ogren gets some kind of bolt weapon. That'd be kind of fun.
I think every
Or at least the bolt staff or something. Would be kind of neat. Except that wouldn't be for me. It'd be too tiny and I wouldn't be able to pull the trick. Yeah, have you ever seen them where they're like scimitar on one side, it's a fucking bolter on the other. I just forget what the name is.
That's not a weapon
good
you
for
would
it.
get.
They've got gunpowder, Sarah.
You're a guardsman.
I didn't say I'm a guardsman. Y'all are guardsmen.
You're a guardsman.
I can do whatever I want.
You can't. Because that's a fucking custodies. Never get it.
What's a custodies? They don't exist. They're fake. And my face, little one. Oh yeah, I forgot this breaks armor. I love hearing them scream. They just get so mad. They're just like, ah! And then I kill them.
I like hearing them shriek. Just a little.
Good timing. I'm out of grenades now.
This is... I'm not saying too easy, but it's, yeah.
Smells funny too.
Damn it, I don't have enough. Ah! I was trying to do the grenade thing. Ah!
You're too close. You're too close.
I can't. I'm currently getting killed because there's multiple heavy armor.
You're welcome.
I should have brought a bed.
Not you, them. I want them to fuck off. Sorry, it wouldn't have killed them anyway because now that I see that they were a group of fucking heavies, I
Yeah, I just shot into them with my anti-armor gun.
Thanks for saving the grenade pack, because you know I'm trying to fucking get it.
Well, that's why I marked it, because I'm like, I know someone who needs them. Where did they go? Ooh, filthy. Yeah, I feel like if they add Sister as a battle of any kind, then that would be your character, Sarah. You feel very sisterly to me. Like where you're just gonna melt people for existing and not being nice enough to you.
Pirate Captain, 7,000 health. Okay, I'm gone. Bye. Fuck this shit. I'm out.
Interrogator.
Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
I'm playing the game where I'm getting my ass kicked by pirates.
Damn it! They all fucking moved. That's why.
Well, I'm right here now. They're in the group with me. Just hit them. 3, 2, 1, throw. A little too high. You gotta scooch back more. No, you're hitting the wall. Alright, here, let me drag him to this corner.
Ow. Owie. Owie. Owie.
Yeah, you
That's
bounce.
your face.
So if you raise it up
I'm
like 2 more
it's
meters.
the fucking air. I hate this fucking stupid bullshit. You gotta do without bouncing. Fuck you, retard.
Somebody's down. Who's down?
It's me. It's because I was letting him try to blow them up, so they're kind of kicking my ass.
I appreciate it. It's like, this is stupid. It's not following the fucking rules that it was following in the fucking Psychono. And sniper.
Well, I'm about to be down, so.
I'm sorry, I'm getting frustrated. It's just like, it's literally not following the same rules that it did in the Psychono.
I'm not frustrated, I don't really care.
I got you.
Oh!
Got up and immediately got sniped. You suck.
I couldn't
Kill something with the bolter. There's a sniper right there. Kill it. Yeah. I like watching you shoot the ground. Yeah, it looks so fun to watch people play.
Nav
Cover me, I'm
admin
getting
fucking
McBeard.
251 by 22 just came out.
What did?
Earlier today. Nav admin 251 by 22. Or
I don't know what that is.
It's just an
Native
announcement put
2K?
out by Big Navy.
Which means
The fucking this one specifically refers to physical fitness assessment. Now we're for 2023. The Navy is going to be doing one PFA, one physical fitness cycle, with some of the easiest fucking fitness evaluations.
Well, yeah, it's because you keep losing
required
people.
to pass ever. Well, I understand why we're losing people.
Yeah, it's because they fucking keep doing dumb shit, like, you know. Alright, let me be the smartest.
I need that mission where they're like they're just standing in there in a group waiting for you. That's what I need. Cause like what was this? Like where they're all standing on the fucking long bridge you have to cross.
She's so mean. Maybe I'm just smart.
Okay, I'm down.
Security clearance elevated. Door accessible.
Hey 30, what would be the viability of making something like this in real life? The same or similar rounds as before, so it looks like a 75 mil or something. There's a bunch of dudes coming, so get in the doorway and let's just strong point it.
Oh,
Chaser,
of course.
chaser.
Now I'm out of grenades when they're in the perfect fucking distance.
Beautiful.
I hate everything.
See how they try to hide.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, dude, this one taps armored dudes? Oh, that's great. Alright. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah.
Is this Endless Horde?
Nope. Well, I don't know. Where would you see that?
I don't see it.
No, I don't think it is, because we keep clearing the areas and then walking.
I'll admit, Zola's strength of purpose is inspiring.
Ooh, ammo.
Got some ammo.
Oh my god, why are you following me, armored douche? Oh, it's gone.
What the heck is this stuff?
Oh, I need help at some point.
Texas 3, return fire!
Did you say Texas?
Frost shards?
Just melt them.
I ran out of ammo just at that time, so thank you.
Royal egg. That's
Reloading. Did he just die outright?
Yeah, if you die, like, if you get down like twice.
Yeah, it's the third time. Just like in D&D.
Man, it's not my fault I was saving people.
Shoot the guy with the gun there, Chaser. Thank you. I don't know if you saw him yet, so.
Reloading.
Smash.
No, hold up.
Stay smashed.
Aye, it's a big part of your job.
I like that phrase. When I smash, it stays smashed. Sounds like I'm talking about women. Oh, don't mind if I do. Not full ammo.
Decent bit away from us. Okay. So.
Ran all that distance just to get smashed by an ogre. Poor little guy.
Looks like we've got a med station. I'll have it.
So this bolter, if I hip fire, it's first fire. If I EDS, it's single fire.
I'd rather single fire. First
Oh, yeah.
fire and bolters is trash.
Stimpy video about Warzone?
Unless they're
oh,
fucking
God.
Oh yeah.
Reloading. Dang, you guys keep running away.
Well, yeah,
Just swap
he's
to
after
melee
me.
for a second. I know, but I'm trying to hit him. It's hard to hit him when he's just chasing you guys.
Oh shit! Ow! Ow!
Fucking A, why
ow!
are they bouncing
Ow!
like that?
Yeah, you guys have fun. I'm just gonna watch this part. One guy have these shitty.
Man, I don't feel like I'm doing as much damage all of a sudden. He's about dead. You guys should be able to handle the rest. There you go.
Just had, you know, full auto this thing.
Yep.
You know, if you right click, you can swap between reviews, right?
I have questions regarding the diligence of our pilot.
I just find it funny that this guy was just standing there digging his ass crack.
But yeah, I was saying, I want a mod where I can client-side myself as a orc, like loyalist orc, where they have I don't remember if it's head cannon or actual cannon. But there's, yeah, they have the fan made or whatever it is, orcs that treat the Emperor like he's the big old war boss. And I want that in this
fan
game.
made, but the orcs that work canonically with the Imperium
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want to be able to have that as a mod in this game so I can look like an orc that's wearing like Palmasar outfit or something stupid. Just change the skin of my ogre.
Well, the reason why I say that is the freebooters are orc pirates.
Alright, leave the subrails behind and follow the supply track.
Indeed. In the striving, we find purpose. Can't come back after this.
You guys coming? There you are. I was like, I feel like I've been here by myself for a bit.
Yeah,
Walking
going
slowly
briefly.
forward is not charging forward when you guys are in the wrong direction.
No, I knew there was resources and an enemy spawned behind us.
Yeah, so it's your fault. You locked the room.
I'm sure you say that to all your D&D parties as your TPK. Well, that's just because you can't get a session going consistently.
You say that, it's every Thursday, so eat my ass.
I like that I can just punch their heads off with this gun.
You know, if I stand right next to you after this shit, we just guarantee that whatever is dead. Between your fist and my axe.
No, I hear the sound. Ha ha ha, finally I could one-shot them.
Slap!
What?
Oddly satisfying, you know, watching this disintegrate with a gun with a single round.
It's a bulk, man, if it's
Hey, I can one-shot the hunters too. Coming forward.
Be ready.
I haven't found a single grenade since. And that hallway would have been perfect. Now, when the thing talks about melee damage, does it mean that we're talking about actual damage or just even stamina?
What do you mean?
There's one area where it's like over the entire mission of heretics that we will do without taking melee damage.
Yeah,
That's
actual damage.
So stamina or
No, stamina isn't damage.
What are you talking about your stamina? Are you talking about your blue bar?
Oh, no, health damage.
okay, that's not too bad, but that's still difficult.
Oh, yeah, difficult as hell.
Fine.
For the kill. Need some damn Medicaid.
Should have saved you some, sorry. No, that was a waste. That was a waste.
Whatever.
Medicaid station. Bleeding out.
Motherfucking man.
For that, I take your grenades.
You're a doggy.
Yeah. That's good.
Tom, thank
You're
you.
welcome. Alright, same plan as before. Get the ammo to me as fast as you can. Alright, let's kill this guy.
Dog!
It's just a puppy, you'll be okay. They never hurt anybody.
I'll scream if I wanna. Deal with it.
Not snack time, dog. Your end is nigh! Give me covering fire! Soldier needs closing fire!
Okay. Sprint time.
Don't forget to change some blocking and pushing into your attacks.
Know that.
Are you mansplaining the game? No, I'm just kidding.
What is this fucker doing?
What next? Cover me!
I hear a dog behind me. Don't worry. I'm faster than the dog. Apparently.
I'm on your side, Shouty! I am your doom!
I just like blew his head off.
Ouch.
What? Fresh sacrifices, he gets whacked.
Stop shotgunning! Cover me! I am reloading!
Boredom's down.
Without me, you'll be taking minutes! My gratitude.
Looks like you did it. Moro owes me a drink.
You waited too long. Just wait for the enemies to come, and then you'll get a good grenade off in a second. Just be on the other side of the bridge.
Grenade.
Oh, did you just throw it, or was that chasing?
No, I've never picked up a single grenade since since the like first instant of the fucking game. Because I either shut up or that would have been literally a perfect grenade. I'm actually kind of pissed off.
Oh no. Oh no.
I could use fucking help.
Why the? Why don't you put?
I'm out of ammo. Alright, no problem. Pick him up while I... Okay, never mind.
And this is how the mission fucking fails.
Back.
And I'm dead.
Nope, we'll just stick around till it's time to pick it back up, okay?
Yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. It's not forever horde, so...
Damn, I'm too late for this button.
Oh wait, I got some ammo. The Wilhelm screen.
He's kind of angry at our.
All right, where is it?
Actually, you can be angry at me. I'm the one that was taking the grenades.
I don't use grenades. I'm an ogre.
Have fun with that. I'm in a.
There he is. All right, let's grab him.
Getting dizzy. Stomping the runs.
Oh,
Why
the other
the-
person. Mortem made us leave. Oh, I guess we picked him up automatically then? Alright, whatever.
Alright, Sarah, where are you at?
Why did my brain just assemble those words together?
That's what?
Oh, I was just thinking, my brain just formed the phrase Morden Freeman. And I just imagine Morden Solus, Gordon Freeman Half-Life mashup in the weirdest way.
I would like that.
Definitely not a silent protagonist.
I would really like if you could reskin him as Morden. He's still wearing the outfit though,
No, I'm
but
just
he looks like
irritated 'cause,
Morden.
I didn't pick up any of the fucking grenades throughout that entire.
Oh, it shows me my kills this time. 883.
Oh, I didn't pay attention to my kills this time. I hit spacebar.
Sweet.
I got a purple sword out of it though.
Got nothing.
Hey, purple swords are for badass motherfuckers.
Yep. Did you remember when George Lucas was saying that? I'm just gonna give you, I don't know, like blue or something. Can you make it purple? I'll see what I can do.
First, remember the rationale for why he wanted purple.
Because it's cool and original, and then he can find
It's
himself
because
on
he
the
knew
screen.
he was going to be in a giant lightsaber
Yeah.
fight scene, and he wanted to be able to see where he was in the shot.
Yeah, he's like,
I want
there
people
I
to
am.
see where I am.
Idling in here?
I just like that he was willing to be a stormtrooper. Like that's me. I'm like, if I could just be a stormtrooper, and I live here, so I should have asked. Because apparently they were doing a lot of the new Star Wars ones where in Florida.
Well,
when it came to
and,
the stormtrooper
well, for the
shots.
Mandalorian, most of the people that were playing stormtroopers were fucking pilot first.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking nerds that have money. I ain't got that kind of money. I
What
got
do
a
you
3D
mean, money?
printer.
I have fucking armor.
Yeah, but you're a nerd that had money, and then you dumped the money into that.
Probably because you bought all that
And-
armor.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You bought Beskar, and that's your investment. Ew.
Yes. Can I be of service?
Ooh. What is this? Scrap of scripture. What do you do? +1 wound. Oh, yeah, I'll take that. Thank you.
Oh, you can equip your curios now, huh?
Yeah.
+1 wound is now you can go down 3 times instead of 4 or 2.
Is it? I thought it was the health bars.
It adds an extra health bar.
That's what I was getting at. How's this compared to what I got?
I'm getting fucking tired.
Less damage. Oh, more penetration. Let's
Okay, I got one to do more than me that I'm probably going to stack out since I do have to work tomorrow.
I mean, actually, I could call it a quits now.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking about it anyways because I remembered I have a double tomorrow. I
Double
always
shift, Billy?
never agreed to them, but yeah, 16 hours doesn't sound too bad.
16 hours.
Just watching Netflix. Well, I just watch a show or something, so it's not so bad.
You still in Disneyland or World?
No, I haven't been there for a while. When
I'm at Disney World.
I did all their anti-terrorism stuff, and then after COVID, they implemented most of the stuff, so it was kind of cool to see what they did. But I've been doing other contracts since. Right now, I just deal with homeless people, so it's not so bad.
Right now, I only deal with.
You're at one of those shelters?
No. I'm at a sweet ass shopping center that just has me sit in a car all day, so it's kind of nice. Alright, target receives 1 stack of 5% redness on hit last 5 seconds. I mean, I suppose it's good for like breaking armor, but I don't really want to use my shovel anymore.
Bye, whoever left. A waffle.
Alright.
Yeah. I changed jobs. I work at an oil shop, so I'm working
Say
making people
boat shop.
Making
No.
pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
Well, I basically I work at a lube shop. Basically, people
Work at
come in
a
to get their oil
lube
changed.
shop?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be back. All right, that's gonna be it for me today. I hope you all had fun. I know I did. We had Original Chaser with the 56-month resub, I think it was. No, sorry, 58. Continuous resub. Thank you once again. As for everyone else, thank you for coming out. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you all next time. Dad advice for today: if you don't celebrate Thanksgiving like I don't, I hope you had a safe night and you drove home safe. But if you did drink and didn't drive, obviously, make sure you drink some water. Stay hydrated. Nothing like being, dehydrated. Well, after drinking, like you're gonna wake up with a hangover probably. But if that ever happens, what you can do next time is drink water in between. I think it's every 2 drinks. Drink like an 8-ounce glass of water, and you'll be fine. But yep, have a great evening, and I'll see you all next time. It's been Beard. Bye now.